massive announcement, my fellow watchers of the multiverse. I will be giving away 5 copies of Marvel's Spider-Man 2 for the PlayStation 5 starting today. To enter all 5 giveaways to try and win yourself a copy of the game, you first must be subscribed to the channel. Follow all 3 brand new communities, my Discord server, subreddit and Facebook page. The main thing you must do is to find the secret sentence within the video. You must arrange the letters that can uncover the secret sentence and send it to this email that is on the screen right now. The letters could be found anywhere from any point at any time within the singular video and will show up at random. You will need to arrange and find all of these letters to uncover the right sentence. Of course, I will give you the amount of words that are within the sentence, but stay until the end if you want to increase your chances of winning. To know if you won, you will need to send in your arranged sentence to me by email. From there, I will be able to confirm it and reveal what the sentence was in the next video by showcasing the correct sentence and who the winner is. If you find the right sentence, you will be given a copy of Marvel's Spider-Man 2 once it's released this fall. I will be pre-ordering all of the copies so you can get it right away. You can try sending in what you think the sentence is multiple times. If you don't get it right the first time, you can try again. All winners will need to take a video once they get the video game in the mail to showcase to all watchers of the multiverse. Each video will have a different sentence, so there are 5 giveaways happening within my next 5 videos, and each giveaway is a copy of Marvel's Spider-Man 2. So there's 5 copies of the game that will be given away within each video. Once you win, you will no longer be able to partake in the event unless you do it for fun. The first 2023 giveaway will end on March the 3rd. If you have any more questions, feel free to send them in. We will be starting with this video first, and each letter will be flashing on the screen at any point in time. Good luck, and I cannot wait to see all of these sentences. I can't wait to see what you come up with. And I do want to say one last thing before you get into the video. I will be using all of my social media platforms to give you hints for this giveaway. For each video, I will be giving you a ton of hints, and I will try and help you as much as I can. What if events went differently in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man? What if Harry Osborn got bit by the spider? You already know the outcome of Harry Osborn's battle with his father, the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, and his longtime friend, Peter Parker. But what if, this time, in this time stream, some of the events had unfolded differently? Some of the events are grand, some minute. A man's choice has the potential to set the entire multiverse on a different track. Several worlds destroyed, created, and even affected by the different choices the different species make. Indeed, the power of the choice is truly unfathomable and can set the ball rolling in several directions. And in this world, this is one of them. This is the story of a man who took on the mantle of Spider-Man to a whole new level. And no, this is not the story of Peter Parker. Rather, this is the story of a man called Harry Osborn. For in this universe, he became Spider-Man. Welcome back, my fellow watchers of the multiverse, to the complete remaster. What if Harry Osborn got bit by the spider in Spider-Man 2002? Longtime fans of the channel have been wanting me to remake the iconic series that came out over 2 years ago and kickstarted this channel to where it is now. I have listened and got the ball rolling once again. This version of the story will cover everything from the original fanfic, but fully updated. The previous version was told in such a way that it didn't hold up to date. There were so many grammar errors, I really wanted to make this the fully updated version. That being said, welcome back to the complete fanfic movie. Sit back, grab some chips, grab some popcorn, your drinks, and enjoy. Peter Parker quietly observed his best friend Harry Osborn, talking to his crush, Mary Jane Watson. They had been talking throughout the entire presentation. Of course, Peter wondered if they could ever stop talking, but he didn't want to say anything out loud. The scientist was talking about the genetically modified spiders that they had in their facilities, and she noted that these 15 spiders were unique. Mary Jane immediately noted that there were 14 spiders and not 15. At first, the woman was surprised, but after seeing Mary Jane insist on the matter, she quickly noted that perhaps the 15 spiders were being observed by her colleagues. At that moment, a teacher suddenly approached Harry. "You were talking throughout the entire presentation," he said. At that moment, Harry bit his lip. He didn't want to seem embarrassed and risk getting wanked away from Mary Jane. He quickly noted that he was answering a question Mary Jane had posed to him. The teacher was not convinced. Immediately, Mary Jane mentioned that she had asked Harry how the lab attendants managed to contain such an incredibly dangerous spider. In return, Harry had opted to explain the facilities for her. With a grin, Harry proceeded to explain that he was showing Mary Jane the largest electronic microscope in the eastern seaboard. And with that, the teacher left the room, a look of disappointment across his face. Harry smiled at Mary Jane and thanked her for standing up for him. Mary Jane smiled and noted that it was fine and that he didn't need to make a big deal of it. At that moment, Harry turned and spotted Peter with his camera. Harry quickly asked Mary Jane to excuse him, walking to Peter's side. "You know you can't take pictures of her without asking, right?" Harry asked. Before Peter could respond, Harry pushed him towards Mary Jane, an action which caused Mary Jane to laugh. Stammering, Peter noted that he wanted to take a picture of Mary Jane, and she agreed, asking him not to make it ugly. As she posed, Harry watched his best friend take pictures of the beautiful damsel. Harry smiled, hoping that he would be able to confess his affections for Mary Jane, as he had kept them hidden for far too long. As he kept on watching Mary Jane, he felt a sting on his hand. He stiffened, a yell, flinging his hand in full force. To his shock, he saw a spider on the floor, crawling away to safety. Harry turned to look at his hand and noticed a sting mark. That was rather odd, he thought. Harry had originally wanted to pretend like everything was fine. However, when you had a best friend like Peter Parker, you could not escape even the tiniest mishaps. Peter quickly rushed to Harry, checking his hand. "Oh my god. You were bit by the spider," Peter exclaimed. "He was?" Mary Jane gasped. Harry laughed and told them that he was fine. There was absolutely no need for them to become all clingy around him. It was just an ordinary spider bite, and a lot of people had been bitten by spiders in their lifetime. In his awkwardness and somewhat adorable manner, Peter began to explain the consequences of a spider bite. He mentioned that infections were possible, and some spiders were even venomous. As soon as he finished his elaborate explanation on the danger of spiders, all Harry could do was laugh. He said that he was fine, and if his friends didn't mind, they had to keep moving. However, Peter immediately asked where the spider was. Harry, a bit disturbed, looked around uninterestedly and pointed at the spider which seemed to be getting away. Peter immediately realized it was under a table and rushed to crush it. As soon as he crushed the spider, he assured Harry that he would be fine. "Come on, lazy folks, this way," they heard the teacher say, and they walked quickly towards the rest of the class. They moved for a few minutes of silence, where Peter could do nothing but place his hands inside his pockets and hum. Harry wondered why Peter did that, but he didn't let it bother him. MJ was walking with him, holding his injured hand, and somehow that made him feel completely better. Mary Jane certainly had some kind of superpower. Her smile could light up an entire room. Suddenly, Parker stopped in his tracks, an action that surprised Harry and Mary Jane. Then, he began to walk again. "Your friend is weird and yet adorable," MJ commented. Harry laughed, and he knew that Mary Jane would find Peter hilarious. Who wouldn't? However, Harry decided that he was going to figure out why Peter had acted that way. He immediately asked Peter what had happened and what promoted that action. Peter shrugged, not wanting to speak. However, a nudge from Harry was enough to get him talking. Peter immediately noted that during the tour, they learned that the spiders could restructure human DNA, and Mary Jane had noted the disappearance of one spider. What if that was the spider that bit Harry? Peter added that he was just scared that something would happen to Harry. With a smile, Harry appreciated Peter for being so concerned for him. However, he also noted that he was fine, and those theories by the scientists were probably just theories with no practical relevance. He did not actually believe that he was going to get his human DNA mutated and get affected. And with that, Mary Jane smiled and told Peter to listen to Harry. She inspected the hand one more time and told Harry that he would be okay. And with that, she walked away. "Maybe that spider did a good thing after all," Harry said, smiling as he kept on staring at Mary Jane. Peter sat in his chair, going through his lists of papers. He had his laptop on, and he was going through another article. While reading other books and papers, he adjusted his glasses, and he attempted to read every paper he managed to get his hands on. As he was tossing through the papers, he spotted his camera and picked it up. He smiled, deciding that he was going to look at a picture of Mary Jane. As he expected, looking at the picture had somehow lifted his spirits. He really liked MJ, and he knew that one day he was going to tell her the truth. Then he immediately bit his lips and folded his arms, because he knew that he was never going to be bold enough to tell MJ how he felt. Harry was in his room, watching a movie with a plate of waffles in his hands. As he ate, he looked at the sore on his hand. He nearly bit his lip looking at the sore. Despite the first aid that had been applied to the wound, it still hurt like hell. However, he knew that the wound would heal soon enough and he wouldn't need to worry too much. Worrying was Peter's job. And then the door flung open. "Speak of the devil," Harry said to himself. Peter stormed into his room, immediately noting that he needed to talk with Harry. Harry wondered how Peter was even able to get into his room, let alone get to his house, without anyone coming to call him or anything. Then he discarded the thought, realizing that Peter had come here a lot, and more times than expected. Harry proceeded to ask Peter what was wrong, expecting a discussion, and of course Peter did not disappoint him. Peter began to tell Harry of how he had been doing research on the spider that bit Harry, and how he had recently discovered that the spider that bit Harry was actually radioactive. Harry, a bit tensed, asked Peter what that meant for him. Peter noted that Harry needed to see a doctor as soon as possible, as he could have unforeseen medical challenges. Harry knew at that moment that he felt scared. This was Peter, the nerdy one, giving him a possible ill report on his health. He knew that he had to take it seriously. However, he also knew that he could not have Peter Parker worrying about him so much. Harry immediately noted that he would be fine, and Peter should not worry about him. Peter immediately noted that this was serious, and it was his job to worry. Harry smiled and said that all of the gifts life had given him, a selfless and caring friend like Peter, and he was going to see a doctor eventually, taking Peter's advice. However, he did not want Parker to fret or get all worried and jittery. He would be fine. He gave Peter his word, and with that, Peter smiled. Somehow, Harry always had managed to calm Peter down. Parker noted that he hoped Harry would take care of his health. He was really concerned and would never forgive himself if something had happened. Harry noted that nothing would happen, and Peter should overcome his fears. He also thanked Peter for always looking out for him, and with that, the two friends hugged it out. Several minutes later, Harry decided to leave for a short drive with Bernard, telling Peter that he should join him for the drive. Peter considered turning Harry's offer down, as it was Bernard that was driving. He didn't want things to seem weird. What was funny was that Bernard had never seen driving Peter and Harry around as weird. However, it always found a way to irk Peter for some reason. The boys began to talk about a lot of different things. Although Peter had tried to stiffen out most of the conversation, Bernard could not help but notice that Peter seemed uncomfortable during the drive. For a few seconds, he wondered what could have been going on and why Peter was acting that way. However, he dismissed it being teenage drama. The drive continued, and Peter kept noticing Harry's reluctance to talk as well, and they both decided to keep shut. As the drive continued, Harry had noticed his surroundings were beginning to spin a little, and his eyes began to hurt. "Are you okay?" Peter asked, on noticing the sudden change in Harry's demeanor. However, Harry immediately responded that something got into his eye and that he was fine. He looked at Peter and realized that Peter did not believe him one bit. However, Harry insisted that he was fine, and Peter would go a long way if he could go without worrying about him for 1 second. And with that, Peter heaved a long sigh. Harry signaled Bernard to drop them off at the ice cream place. The two of them got out of the car and began to walk. Bernard smiled and noted that he would stay by the car waiting for them. When they had moved a distance away from the car, Harry looked at Peter straight in the eye and began to question him, noting that he could be free to speak now, that Bernard was far from sight and hearing. Surprised, Peter looked at Harry and wondered if Harry had ever intended to get ice cream at all. Harry mentioned that he was not lying about the craving. However, he wanted to help Peter air out his feelings. And with that, Peter took out a deep breath. He immediately admitted that he wanted a car. At first, Harry was shocked. Peter wanted a car. How and why? He immediately asked why, and Peter wanted a car, but Peter refused to mention why he wanted the car. Plus, Peter defended himself, saying that he believed he was old enough to get a car and Harry should support him. Harry, realizing that Peter was serious, decided that Peter could get the car if he wanted. But there was one major issue. Where was Peter going to get the money from? Peter noted that he knew getting the money was an issue, which was why he didn't want Uncle Ben to know about his plans. When Harry asked how Peter was going to compensate, Peter noted that he would find a way. After all, he's always found a way in life. Harry immediately offered to help Peter with some of the funds, but Peter said no. He didn't want charity from Harry or Norman Osborn, and he wanted to start taking care of himself. Slightly offended, Harry agreed to Peter's terms and wished him a lot of luck, stating that he would need it. When Peter got back home, he spotted Aunt May and smiled. She asked him how his day was, and Peter admitted that it was fine. Aunt May immediately noted that she heard Peter talking about Harry's health. She was concerned for Harry and wondered how he was doing now. Peter immediately noted that Harry was going to be fine, and it was nothing serious. Noticing the look of disbelief on Peter's face, Aunt May asked if he truly believed the statement he just made. Peter noted that he did not believe a single word he just uttered. He knew that something was wrong with Harry, and Harry was hiding it on the pretext of being strong. However, he wasn't going to push Harry. When Harry was ready, Harry would tell him what was wrong with him. With a smile, Aunt May noted that lunch would soon be ready, and Peter should quickly go upstairs to change. Peter smiled and ran upstairs. He was starving. Meanwhile, Bernard had finally brought Harry back home. Harry looked stuffed with the ice cream he had gotten for himself. Peter had eaten some of the ice cream, but eventually had to stop. And Harry, deciding that it was a good thing, had Peter's ice cream to add. After all, who was going to reject ice cream? As Harry stepped out of the car, he suddenly felt his head spinning. Bernard immediately noticed the sudden action and asked Harry if he was alright. Harry responded by saying that he is possibly not feeling well. Before Bernard could complain, Harry admitted that he knew Bernard was going to talk to him about it for not considering his health, and in that case, Harry was going to take some rest. And when Harry had said this, Bernard decided not to speak or argue against him. However, as they got into the house, Harry realized his head did not take it easy on him. His head continued to spin, and he could feel his world crumbling and changing. He didn't notice when his body knocked over a statue. It fell to the floor with a loud bang. Bernard ran towards Harry and immediately checked if he was alright. asking him what was really wrong with him. However, Harry was unable to speak. He could feel his words disorienting as his head continued to spin and his world continued to change. At this point, Bernard had completely entered freak-out mode. He began to panic, asking Harry what was going on. Harry began to mumble something about a spider. However, he fainted before he could continue. Bernard immediately screamed for an ambulance. Norman Osborn continued to work on his experiments, with his assistant by his side. As they continued to work, his assistant appeared rather doubtful, and the expression on his face seemed to scream that they should call off the experiment. However, Norman would have none of it. He maintained that this was the next step in human evolution, and he was willing to take it. Besides, he needed this to protect his company's military contract from a rival firm. He was not going to let anything screw it up for him. He quickly ordered his assistant to test the chemical on him. At this point, the assistant was rather afraid and tried to talk Norman out of it. However, Norman had made up his mind, and whenever Norman made his mind up, it wasn't an easy task to change it. With no other choice, the assistant finally gave in and decided to help Osborn with his dangerous task. He connected Norman to the machine and manipulated a few buttons, allowing Norman to be taken inside the chamber. Then, with one look at Norman, who acknowledged him with a nod, the assistant pressured the switch that turned up the machine, and then it happened. The green liquid was absorbed into the machine, and it was soon turned into green gas. The green gas engulfed Norman, and at some point, he began to scream. His scream was alarming to his assistant. He quickly turned off the machine and ran to Norman. In his opinion, screw the experiment. As he got to Norman, he immediately inquired if his boss was okay. Immediately, Norman opened his eyes and held his neck, pressing it firmly. And then, Norman swung him away. The poor assistant landed on the machine, which led to his unfortunate demise. Then, Norman jumped out of the machine with a very creepy smile and a ton of new agility. He was no longer Norman, he was now consumed by the goblin. As Norman entered his home, he could swear that he had no memories of the last few events. He was so confused as he walked into his mansion. What happened to the experiment? How did his assistant end up dead? What in heaven's name was going on? His head hurt as he continued to move. He could feel his head spinning and surmised that he would probably fall unconscious in a couple of minutes. Hopefully the reverse would be the case. As he kept on walking, he saw Bernard, who looked elated to see him. At that point, Norman wondered what had happened. The look on Bernard's face was one of worry, but also of relief, and it could only mean one thing. Oh my god, Harry, Norman gasped. Norman immediately proceeded to ask Bernard what had happened to his son. Bernard quickly informed him that Harry had passed out and he had been taken to the hospital. Norman asked Bernard if he knew what was wrong with his son. Unfortunately, Bernard did not know what was wrong, as his attempts to getting information out of Harry seemed futile. However, he knew his friend Peter had been increasingly worried for Harry's health, and Harry had been dismissing it constantly. Norman heaved a sigh and noted that Harry was a very stubborn boy. It was possible that he caught a minor illness, but because of his reluctance to treat it, grew severe. Bernard asked if Harry was going to be alright, and Norman said that Harry had his genes. Thus, he was tough, and he would be able to withstand anything. However, he was definitely going to have a talk with Harry on his observing health. And with that, Norman lost his sense and fell to the ground. Not again. Bernard cursed and rushed to Norman. Fortunately, the old man had not passed out, which allowed Bernard to lift him up. Then, Bernard asked the million-dollar question, what was wrong with Norman? Norman immediately explained that he had been working out a lot, and it was possible his body was responding to the stress in a pretty drastic manner. It seemed he would need to really consider his health too. And with that, Norman gave a dry laugh. There was something about the laugh that irked Bernard. It was something that didn't feel right with him, but he couldn't exactly place it. It was something that seemed sinister. Well, whatever the matter was, he knew one thing for sure. Father and son were definitely not alright. The two men were interrupted when a lady walked into the room. Bernard looked at her and inquired who she was. Norman looked at her and realized she worked for him. He immediately began yelling at her for her rude behavior, noting that she could have called him before coming here. In fact, if he had her fired that very instant, he would have no regrets. The lady apologized for her behavior. However, she noted that she only came here because it was urgent. Norman heaved a heavy sigh, wondering what could have gone wrong again. He asked the lady what had happened, and she said the military suit had been stolen. And with that, Norman nearly ran mad with rage. "What the hell do you mean it was stolen?" Norman yelled. He would have charged at the lady if Bernard was not by his side, holding him. However, the lady looked down and repeated herself. She also noted that they were doing everything to find it. And with that, Bernard noted that she excused them. The lady took that as her cue to leave. Norman sat down, trying his best to breathe. He immediately laminated that his son was in the hospital and now this. However, Norman was certain he would get to the bottom of all of this. He would find out who stole his suit and glider, no matter what it costed him. He turned to Bernard and instructed Bernard to get his things ready. He was going to see Harry. When Harry began to slowly regain consciousness, he heard too many voices around him. As he struggled to open his eyes, he also struggled to place who these voices belonged to. However, he was finally able to open his eyes fully, and he discovered these voices belonged to the nurse in charge. She was talking about Harry's condition to someone outside. Harry struggled to listen to the other voice. As he listened, he realized that the other voice was his father. Damn it, he thought. The last thing he needed was for his father to be here and create a scene. After all, the only thing Norman was ever good at was creating scenes. The nurse immediately entered the room and looked slightly startled that Harry was awake. She immediately noted that she had anticipated that he would be unconscious for a little while. However, it didn't matter now. It would be easier for her to administer treatments, she said. She took a syringe and lifted it up high. Harry had his face looking the other way, so he didn't notice her. The nurse said that what she was about to do was going to help with the swelling. Of course, Harry did not understand. The nurse moved closer and took the syringe closer to Harry's arm. All of a sudden, he felt a buzzing sensation and twitched, wondering where it had come from. Before he could understand anything, his hand had grabbed the arm of the nurse. On realizing what he had done, Harry looked at the nurse to see her reaction. As expected, she seemed rather startled. That was a very unkind thing to do. Harry immediately let go of her hand, noting to himself that whatever he just did was plain weird. It turned out that the nurse found the action more weird than he had thought, as she immediately ran out of his ward to call a doctor. She knew that many patients had traumatic experiences when they first wake up at the hospital, and they usually tend to take out their frustrations on the nurse or doctor. But this was very different. While the boy, Harry, had grabbed her, she was really surprised that she could not break free of his grip, and she had a black belt in karate, and she was sure she could take him out, as he did not look like much. While she was still struggling to break free, she spotted a white sticky thread oozing from his wrists, and that was why she was currently on her way to get a doctor. Harry was left alone in his room, still shocked of the experience that had taken place. He immediately started to survey his surroundings, and he had discovered a clock. The clock alerted him to the fact that it had been 3 hours since he had passed out. It seems like Bernard had rushed him to the hospital after he had passed out, he said. Suddenly, Harry felt hospital sick and needed to get up and out of the hospital now. He immediately jumped off of the bed. He thought that he might have done it with a little too much force, as he was currently stuck to the ceiling of his hospital ward, which was about 15 feet from his bed. Harry screamed. If Harry's two hands were not apart, of the things stopping him from falling 15 feet to the floor of his hospital ward. He might have actually pinched and slapped himself to wake himself from this dream. This had to be a prank of some sort. Harry thought as his brain could not process what was going on. The human brain has its way of painting illogical things to be logical by giving us believable conspiracy theories. That was what Harry's brain was giving him. The human brain has its way of painting illogical things to be logical by giving us unbelievable conspiracy theories. That was what Harry's brain was giving him. After going through several theories in his mind, Harry finally accepted one. He had not passed out for 3 hours, but hundreds and possibly thousands of years, and humanity had evolved and advanced, and everybody had superpowers. If this was true, then Harry thought that he had to see the world for himself. During his initial survey of his hospital ward, he had discovered a vent, and currently he was crawling towards it. The idea of him sticking and crawling on walls was enough to make any average man crazy, but Harry kept his cool, for now. He would not want to attract attention to himself in this new world, and he had to escape before the nurse came back with reinforcements. As Harry made it out of the vent, his hospital ward door opened. "Where is my son?" Norman asked the nurse and doctor, as Harry was nowhere to be found in his ward. The nurse was dumbfounded, but Mr. Osborn was not, as he had quite an earful for her. She had gone to call the doctor, informing him that Harry's strange behavior and of his consciousness, and they were halfway to his room. When they heard the scream, they had quickly doubled their speed, and Mr. Osborn caught on with them. The emptiness of the room had come as a surprise to all of them, but the doctor did not let that faze him. He immediately called security and ordered the hospital to be on lockdown and searched the premises to be swept and cleaned. "What a man," the nurse said in her mind, as she stared dreamingly at him. Her fantasy was immediately shut down by Norman as he ordered her to get back to work at finding his son. With an embarrassed blush, she excused herself from their presence as she went to attend to the other matters. As the nurse left, she imagined several submission moves that she could practice on Norman that seemed to bring her an immense amount of joy. Harry had made it through the vent and into the alleyway, and he was even more perplexed. The world had not changed one bit. He still saw the old buildings and boring billboards. It seemed that this was really 3 hours after all, from where he had passed out. As Harry had crawled to the ground, his face got caught up in some invisible thread. This made him lose his focus and he fell flat on the floor. When he swatted it away from his face, he discovered that it was actually a web, a spider web. That was when it had hit him. The spider that was at the lab. Peter had gone on and on about how radioactive the spider was, and Harry had paid him no mind, but now he wished he had listened a little bit more to Peter. Harry started really pondering on the similarities between his newfound abilities and that of a spider, and he started noticing them. He could stick on walls and crawl on them like a spider, and figured that the buzzing in his head was some type of spider sense. Harry was no Einstein, but he had read somewhere that spiders had a sort of sixth sense that alerted them from danger. Harry was starting to get pleased with his newfound spider abilities when a scary thought invaded his mind. Harry started fretting about the issue of fangs, venom, and webs. He would not want to transform into a mutated hybrid spider, a creature, and he definitely did not want to shoot fangs through his butt. The idea was very unsettling for Harry, and he pondered on them, so much that he was oblivious to the two security men attempting to jump him from the back. They had spotted him from afar, still wearing the hospital gown, and he matched the description that they had been given, so they had closed in quietly and quickly on him. Using eye contact, they coordinated their actions, and they pounced on him. At the same time, from both his left and right sides. It was the time of the security men to be confused as well. Harry was nowhere to be seen. They scanned their surroundings, but they could not see him. an instinct in one that cajolted him to look up, and he got one of the greatest shocks of his life. The patient, Harry, was currently on top of them, perching on one side of the wall. Then, he immediately jumped down in front of them, startling the two oblivious security men. Harry walked with them, with his two arms raised at a sign of surrender, and this actually made the guards chuckle darkly. The guards had been quired for letting the patient escape, and their salaries would be slashed because of their incompetence. They decided that they had to take out their frustrations on the person who caused the whole mess in the first place, and blame it on thugs. One of the guards put his hand on Harry's shoulder, and as he wanted to deck him at the back of his head, Harry's spider sense kicked in. Harry immediately turned and dodged the punch. Suddenly, webs came out from his wrists and engulfed the guard's arm. Harry, out of instinct, did a backflip and used his web to draw the guard in for a punch. The guard was immediately knocked out cold. The other security guard, the one who still freaked out for seeing Harry on the wall, quickly accessed the station and took to his heels. He did not get too far. Harry, surprising even himself, did a somersault and landed right in front of the guard. The guard quickly reached for his taser, but he was not fast enough, as Harry caught him with a roundhouse kick, which slammed the guard to the ground. Harry inspected both of them and discovered that both guards were just knocked out cold. He signed a breath of relief, as he thought he had killed them. Harry was now staring at his hands. He could not believe that he had done all of this by himself. Harry looked at his hands and looked at the wall leading out of the alley and smirked. Suddenly, he jumped on the wall and started crawling as fast as he could, and it was very fast. No sooner had Harry hosted himself to the top of the building did other security guards come to fight the scene. They discovered that their colleagues were knocked out cold, and they immediately contacted their authorities. Harry suddenly heard his father. Norman screamed at the top of his lungs, and he approached the side of the building cautiously to get a better look. His father was yelling to the nurse about wasting his time and about them finding his son, and after that, he immediately slammed the door of his car, and the driver zoomed off. Harry was pleased that he still meant something to his dad. Their relationship had been really stranded, but it felt good to know that his dad still cared about him, somewhere in his heart. "Enough about my dad," Harry said as he examined himself. Nothing had changed in his physical appearance, and he breathed a sign of relief. Harry then surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he still needed to find a way home. Then, an idea suddenly popped into his head. Harry started jumping from one building to another, and he discovered that the feats he was pulling off was not humanly possible. He jumped and landed multiple times with ease and grace. After jumping for some time, Harry discovered that he was already halfway to his house, and he increased his speed and loosened up more in his remaining jumps as he performed somersaults and many other acrobatic mid-air. The night was filled with laughter as Harry leaped and jumped his way back home. Harry made it back home in one piece. He made quite an effort to open the door as quietly as he could. He also removed his shoes and sneaked to his room, while cruising the room for amplifying the sound of his footsteps. When Harry finally made it to his room, he quietly shut the door and closed his eyes as he breathed a sign of relief. He would not be able to deal with his father this night, he thought. It seemed, however, that the universe wanted him to. Norman immediately cleared his throat, and a startled Harry turned his face to him. Norman had been patiently waiting for Harry in his room. The thought of losing his son had driven him to Harry's room, but now seeing Harry sneaking back told him that Harry's disappearance was caused by Harry himself, and this greatly infuriated Norman. After angrily demanding about the whereabouts of Harry with no answer from Harry, Norman immediately stood up and approached Harry until he was face to face. "Do not waste my time, boy," Norman said in a tone filled with poison. Harry, with his expression remaining, just reminded his father of his school tomorrow and how he needed to prepare. When he said this, he He bowed down his face as a way of making his father think he had respect for him, to not look him in the eye. Norman immediately brought the idea was he suddenly became sober and thought that he had been too hard on Harry. What Norman did not know was that Harry was currently smiling, as he did not fear his father ever again. I could probably take him out in 1 second, Harry thought to himself, as he still bowed down his head. Norman just glanced one more time at Harry and exhaled, slowly before he finally took his leave. Harry was unbelievably happy, because for the first time in his life, he was not afraid of his father. He did not care about his father's expectations. Staring at his hands and wrists, he discovered that these powers could be a very good gift after all. Harry thought about all the things he could do, and how he could use the gifts. Mary Jane would surely be mine now, he said as he grinned like a fool. Harry started shooting out webs around his room, while giggling as he was having a whole lot of fun. Peter was arranging his books at his locker, when Harry literally slided to meet him while grinning from ear to ear. Peter immediately knew something was off, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Peter thought Harry had a very sweet dream yesterday, or maybe his dad gave him a gift. Maybe it was money, maybe it was a car, but Peter didn't really care. That was why he was full of so much energy and joy. It is not bad to be happy, Peter thought. He would not harass Harry with questions. Peter changed his decision in a split second when Harry complimented his clothes. Harry had never complimented his dressing before, and Peter knew that they were not worth complimenting. So he knew that something huge was definitely off with his friend. Looking Harry sternly in the eye, while maintaining a face itched with care, Peter asked Harry if he was good. Harry just waved away the question by telling Peter that he worried too much. He assured Peter that nothing was wrong, as he was better than ever, as he heaped Peter's shoulder, while he moved to his locker, still with a grin itched on his face. Peter stared at his shoulder, which was patted by Harry as he wondered what could go wrong. After thinking about the issue, without any idea or concept, he dismissed the notion that anything could go wrong. Harry was right. I do worry too much, Peter said, as he signed and rubbed his head. Harry was busy arranging his locker and basking in happiness when he was tapped from the back. He swiftly turned as soon as the finger touched his back and caught the hand in his grip. When he realized who it was, he was immediately sorry for his actions. It was MJ. MJ had somehow snuck up behind Harry to surprise him. She guessed that maybe she had surprised Harry a little too much, as her hand was currently being crushed by him. Harry remained frozen by embarrassment until MJ cleared her throat and pointed out her hand to him. He immediately released her hand with a truckload of apologies. Harry was currently fretting inside as he hoped that he had not killed any chances of him with Mary Jane. First it was the incident with the nurse, now it was this. He moaned in agony inside of his head. Mary Jane just smiled and asked him if he was good. When she said that, Harry could literally see the love and compassion in her eyes. It meant that she truly cared for him. Harry replied in the affirmative. He told her that he was good. Harry and Mary Jane started talking. It seemed like he had also had the power of luck, because his life had been pretty smooth since the bite. What could possibly go wrong now? Harry asked the universe in his mind, and the universe responded in the form of Flash Thompson. Flash was sorting out his locker when one of his friends tapped him. They pointed his attention to Harry and Mary Jane. He was quickly filled with rage. Mary Jane was his, and nobody could take her away from him. He had been cautious to avoid Harry because of his father's status, but now even Harry must be put in his place. As Flash approached the duo, his anger was greatly multiplied when he heard Mary Jane giggling at something Harry had said. He would make sure that he would wipe that smug look off of Harry's face with his fists. Just because he considered himself a good man, Flash yelled to Harry from across the locker room hall to beat it unless he would want to get beaten. Flash considered it something of a second chance to escape. He was still speed walking towards Harry and Mary Jane while screaming the statement when he was cut off by Peter Parker. Peter tried to rise to the defense of Harry by trying to explain to Flash that it was all a misunderstanding. Peter told Flash that Harry was just making a joke, and this got Flash all worked up. Peter thought that he was dumb and stupid, and always hated when people thought he was dumb. Flash then decided to teach Peter a lesson before he moved on to Harry, as he always hated being interrupted and called dumb directly or indirectly. As he raised his fist to slug Peter, a hand from nowhere caught his arm. It was Harry Osborn. He ran to the aid of Peter Parker. As soon as he sensed that Flash was going to punch him, Flash's face transformed from a look of pure rage into that of shock as he discovered the person who held his hand was Harry. He was about to follow up with a punch from his left hand when Harry twisted his arm. Flash yelped in pain. He could still not believe that it was Harry causing this amount of pain to him. What surprised him the most was that no matter how much he tried to escape, he could not get out of his grip. Although this commotion, Peter was petrified, looking at Harry in amazement, with a grin on his face. Mary Jane, though, was not having any of it. She immediately told both Harry and Flash to stop fighting, as students began to gather to form crowds. They seemed oblivious to her statement, so she screamed, and that seemed to get their attention. Harry immediately let Flash go, as a sign of good faith. Flash, because of his wounded pride, could not let things end this way. He had to get back at Harry. He had to be victorious, so he attacked. He thought that he was about to leave the scene, but now he turned around and charged at Harry. Harry's back was faced to Flash, but Harry did not need eyes at the back of his head to anticipate an attack. He had his newfound abilities. When Flash was almost closing in on him, he sidestepped, and Flash went crashing head first into a locker. Harry immediately put his hands up as a sign of innocence, telling Mary Jane that he did nothing wrong and that he didn't do anything. Mary Jane did not buy it. She believed that Harry should not have gotten involved in the first place, and she told him her mind. Peter immediately came into the defense of Harry again. He told MJ that the whole episode was Flash's fault, but Mary Jane was not buying it either. She immediately ran off into the crowd, leaving Peter and Harry alone. Peter was downcasted that Mary Jane had ran, but was happy that at least he still had Harry on his side. However, when Peter turned, Harry was nowhere to be found. This really made Peter's heart beat extremely fast. He hoped Harry was not going to do anything stupid. Harry was currently perched on top of the school. Currently, he was watching Peter look for him everywhere outside the school. If he was not so guilt-ridden, he would have found Peter's action cute and funny. Harry looked at his hands as he replayed the events that had just happened with Flash. He asked himself several questions. Did he embarrass himself and Peter in front of Mary Jane? Why didn't he just kick the hell out of Flash now that he had the chance? He didn't have the answers to the questions, and more importantly, he did not have the answers to all of the questions he had about his newfound abilities. Harry then made a resolution that he would learn and research more about his new powers. Peter gave up the search for Harry. The search has caused him several of his class periods, and now it was time for lunch. Peter was grateful as he was completely drained of strength and energy. As Peter entered the hall, the first person he spotted was Mary Jane, and he was completely reinvigorated. As Peter made his way to MJ as he fondly called her, she spotted him coming towards her, and her neutral expression changed into a sour one. Mary Jane told Peter to get lost once Peter got within an earshot, but that did not deteriorate him. He got to her table and sat beside her. Peter then went on to apologize to Mary Jane, and that eased her a little bit. Peter apologized for Harry too, explaining to MJ that he had a hunch that Harry had issues with his dad. Mary Jane then told Peter that she understood. She, however, told Peter to relay to Harry that he should stay out of her business with Flash. When Peter inquired more about her stand and relationship, she stated that she was sick of people trying to impress her. Mary Jane knew that she was beautiful, and this made a lot of guys want her. Because of this, they did silly and stupid acts of what they thought was bravery to impress her. The acts were cute at first, but later the acts started getting re-impulsive to her. Peter did not have any experience of people trying to impress him to the point that it did become repulsive, but he knew how he felt like when people constantly did something you did not like, and he shared with Mary Jane and comforted her by telling her that it was part of the high school journey. Peter's statement actually made Mary Jane smile, but her smile quickly turned to an expression of fear, leaving Peter confused. She immediately cut him off from talking as she alerted him to the presence of Flash at the cafeteria. Peter knew that he was in trouble, and Harry, his newfound hero, was nowhere to be found. Flash had a mild concussion after he had a bashed head into his locker, so he had gone down to the school medical facility. The school nurse had suspected foul play and had asked him to state his attacker, but he stuck to his story by slipping and falling. To be truthful to himself, he was ashamed that Harry had gotten the best of him, and he would make sure he paid. Flash scanned the students in the cafeteria for Mary Jane, and when he spotted her, he grinned. Flash's grin was short-lived, as his eyes quickly saw the individual next to her, Peter Parker. The sight of Parker opened a fresh memory of his earlier defeat, and this fanned the fires of his rage. Flash started making his way to Peter. He was out for vengeance. The cafeteria was floored with the student, but Flash paid them no mind as he shoved them aside to get to Peter. Peter sat at Mary Jane's side, and it caught in Flash's stare as he made his way rapidly towards him. In no time, Flash was in front of Peter Parker, and he grabbed him by the neck and threw him to a wall. Peter was currently scrambling, searching for his glasses while groaning in pain, as his glasses had fell off after he collided with the wall. Flash made a statement about teaching Parker another lesson he would not forget, in a hurry, as he moved in on Peter Parker. While Mary Jane pleaded, it fell on deaf ears. Flash dragged up Peter by his collar, until Peter was at eye-level contact with him. Then, he drew Peter in for a headbutt, which broke Peter's nose. Peter's nose was now bleeding, and his expression was that of utter disbelief. Flash then signaled to his friends, who then been lurking around, and they gathered around Peter and started thrashing him. Peter was in a lot of pain, as he was receiving blows and kicks from every part of his body. He felt himself slowly losing consciousness, until Mary Jane suddenly screamed. All of her pleas for Flash and his gang to stop had fell on deaf ears, so she started screaming for help. Mary Jane's actions caused the assault on Peter to stop, but it greatly irritated Flash, who punched her away, and she fell hard on the floor. Mary Jane released a shriek of pain when she fell and started sobbing quietly. Flash's action of hurting Mary Jane greatly unnerved Peter, and by extreme luck, he immediately found his glasses, as if he was a superhuman, and as if he had not been thoroughly beaten by a gang of men. Peter picked himself up and started approaching Flash. Peter's actions drew mockery and scorn from Flash's friend, who were jeering him. This made Flash weaken as his guard as he took in the state of Peter. He looked completely harmless and fragile. Peter smirked. One of the first rules of war was never to underestimate your opponent, and Flash had done that. Now he would pay. As fast as lightning, Peter quickly gave Flash a huge uppercut with his right hand. This completely stunned Flash and silenced the crowd. It was true that Peter did not know how to fight, but that was only in practice. Peter had studied and watched various fighting techniques during some of his free time, and he was calling on some of his former knowledge. Peter followed up with several jabs to Flash's face, and it looked like he was winning, but Flash quickly brought him down with a targeted kick to his feet. Peter fell flat on his back. Flash looked at Peter spiraled on the floor, and for the first time, his expression was that of disbelief and surprised, but he quickly brushed it aside as he had to end the fight. Flash quickly did a run-up and kicked Peter on his face, making sure that his nose was broken and destroying the frame of his glasses. Mary Jane was in tears and she yelled at Flash to leave because they had done enough. She ran to the side of Peter and kneeled with him and screamed at Flash, who remained rooted to the spot to leave before the police showed up. The mention of the police seemed to get to Flash, as he and his friends quickly exited the cafeteria. Mary Jane helped Peter get back up and cleaned up his nose with her tissue. Peter was sure that he had broken quite a few number of bones in his body, and he was sure that nothing good can brighten up his day again. But he was wrong. Mary Jane suddenly kissed Peter, and it took him by surprise. Peter smiled as he looked into Mary Jane's eyes. She made him promise not to tell Harry, and he agreed not to tell Harry about their potential relationship. Today could turn around after all. Peter thought as he beamed at Mary Jane. Mary Jane would go ahead to thank Peter for standing up to Flash. She told him that even though he had not won the confrontation, he, Peter, had won her over. The statement really left Peter dumbfounded, as he was lost for words. Mary Jane understood, and she just smiled at him and told him to rest up. Harry was still on the roof of the school when he saw the police cars show up. He stealthily crawled down the alleyway. Harry knew that he had to mask his identity in case anything happened that required him using his abilities. As if the universe answered Harry's prayers, he spotted a flag near the wall, and he crawled back to retrieve it. Harry tore the flag into pieces and carved a mask out of it for his face. Harry crawled suddenly and he heard footsteps of someone running. Then, a few seconds later, he could see who it was. Flash was running away from the police. Harry was so pleased at the arrival of Flash. Now he had a second chance to impress Mary Jane. Harry quickly dropped in front of Flash, startling him. Flash screeched to a stop as he screamed for help. Flash suddenly turned around to run the opposite way, but he still met Harry in front of him. Flash was utterly confused and terrified. Harry found the expression on Flash's face amusing, and stated that he would enjoy thrashing him a little too much. Flash had often imagined how he would die, but he never imagined getting beat to death by a mysterious masked man in an alleyway. As Harry was about to punch Flash, the sound of a gun being cocked froze him. Harry turned and discovered that it was a policeman who was pointing a gun at him. The policeman ordered Harry to remove his mask and nobody would get hurt. But Harry just giggled, and this freaked out the policeman. The police repeated their threat, but Harry told him not to worry, and then he went ahead to do a backflip, landing on top of a building. The policeman was too astounded to move a finger, along with Flash, whose mouth hung open. Harry waved his hands at the policeman and Flash before escaping by crawling out. Peter had mixed feelings about his day. It was the worst and best day of his life. First, Flash had thrashed him, but all that pain went away when Mary Jane kissed him. Peter, on his way back home, discovered that the pain had not gone away. Instead, had been suppressed by the adrenaline. Peter felt sore all over his body, and even the school medical facility had tried their best. They could not perform miracles. Peter was bracing himself for Uncle Ben and Aunt May's reaction, as he was currently about to enter his home. When Peter entered, he discovered that he really did not have much to say. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were currently pacing around the living room, and once they saw Peter, they all rushed at him. Peter was given a royal treatment as they helped him sit down. Aunt May even brought an ice pack, which she had put on his head. Uncle Ben and Aunt May examined Peter's face, as they told him that the school had already informed them about what had transpired. They could see that the news greatly unnerved Peter, but they just smiled and told him that he was not in any trouble. Ben and May listened to Peter's version of the story and discovered that it was exactly the same with what the school had told them. They, however, got mad at Peter for not reporting the past bullying that Flash had done to him, and Peter apologized. Suddenly, a police siren filled the air, and the police car came to stop in front of Peter's house. Peter was suddenly scared. He knew he was innocent, but he also knew how corrupt the system was. Aunt May and Uncle Ben seemed unfazed by the police car. and the subsequent knock that followed. Uncle Ben just quietly stood up to open the door, and a policeman walked in, along with a lawyer and an ashamed Flash behind in handcuffs. Peter was shocked to see Flash in his house. He was still cautious the purpose of this visit. Did Flash make up a lie to frame me? Peter said in his head, as his pulse raced. The lawyer's words calmed down Peter. Flash was here to apologize to Peter. The juvenile detention center had agreed to slash Flash's sentence by half if he apologized to the victim, and if the victim shows no interest to pursue additional charges. With a hand signal, the lawyer beckoned Flash forward, and he approached Parker. Up close, Peter could see purple and blue bruises on Flash's face, and it made him happy just a bit to see that he could at least throw a decent punch. Thompson apologized to Parker, and it sounded so sincere that it threw Peter off. The apology was accepted by Peter, but he noticed something in Flash's eye. He noticed fear. It was as if Flash was terrified of someone or of something he saw. Flash was swiftly taken away by the policeman, and even thought that they were mutual enemies. Peter hoped he would survive his time behind bars. Ben Parker came into Peter's room after he had taken a shower. He sat down on Peter's bed and tapped the space beside him, telling Peter to sit down with him. Peter braced himself. This was the moment of truth. He did not know whether or not this was going to be a scolding session or a praise session. Not that Peter had many sessions. Peter had been a very good child by all accounts. "I'm proud of you," were the first words that came out of Uncle Ben's mouth, and it dispelled every negative thought Peter harbored. Uncle Ben looked Peter in the eye and told him that he did the right thing by trying to fight back and being the better man by standing up for what he believed in. You might not have won the fight, but you tried your best to take on the kid, Flash, even though he overpowered you at the end, but you stood your ground to help Mary Jane, and for that, I'm proud of you, Uncle Ben told Peter. Peter was teary-eyed and dumbfounded, as he was lost for words. "Take my hand, son," Uncle Ben said, as he stretched out his hand. Peter took his hand and they shaked. Uncle Ben patted Peter on the shoulder and stood up to exit the room. "The most important thing, Peter, you have power, and with that, great power comes great responsibility," Uncle Ben said as he looked into Peter's eyes for a solemn moment before departing to meet with Aunt May. Aunt May and Uncle Ben slept peacefully and full of pride that night, as Uncle Ben had told Aunt May that Peter was becoming more of a man and that he was destined for greatness. Aunt May could not agree less. As for Peter, his dreams were filled with Uncle Ben, and the only words that came out of his mouth were "great power comes great responsibility." Harry had safely gotten into his room without an incident. He had snuck into it through the window after he had made sure his father was not lurking in the shadows. He would not want to give his old man a heart attack, especially if he caught on that he had powers now. Harry immediately removed his mask and threw it to a wall. As soon as his feet had touched the floor of his room, he was completely devastated at the events that took place at the alleyway. He knew that he would have beaten Flash to death if the policeman had not intervened. What was I thinking? Harry asked himself. Flash would have been dead by now, and it would have been all my fault, Harry said to himself. Harry needed to do something with his powers, and fast. He could not just put them to waste on a petty crook. He wanted to be appreciated by the world. Harry thought about showing them to his dad. He knew Norman's position and connection could get him the appreciation he deserved, but Harry and Norman's relationship was already strained. The timing was not right, Harry said as he dismissed the idea. While Harry thought about what to do with his powers, he remembered Mary Jane and how he needed to apologize to her for his actions. After thinking about it for a long time, Harry decided that he could not apologize yet. He and she needed more time. Norman Osborn was currently feeling very downcast. He had just been visited by some officials who bore grave news with them. They had come to tell him that the military would be picking Quest Aerospace over Oscorp. The news baffled Norman. He had heard rumors of it from his PA at home. but he came to confirm it. The military contract was very crucial for the survival of Oscorp, and he could not afford to lose it. Norman had informed the military general in charge of the operation to give him more time, but it seemed to have a natural distaste for Norman. "I can't let this happen," Norman said to himself. After thrashing his office out of anger when the officials left, Norman had built Oscorp with the sweat, blood, and his own money, and he would not let Quest Aerospace take it from him. Harry had trouble sleeping last night because he had nightmares of Flash in a pool of blood. This morning did not do anything to cheer him up. His dad was extremely sour than usual, and he quickly took off from home. Bernard had told him not to worry, that his dad had just wanted to confirm some rumors at work. Harry wondered what type of rumors could get his dad so worked up to that extent. Harry had always hoped and prayed for his dad's work to be better, because he felt that his father Norman was tied to his work. If everything at work turns out fine, maybe we'd have some time to fix our relationship, Harry said with a sigh. "Enough about my dad, let's figure out how we're going to do this," Harry said in his mind, as he stared at his hands and wrists. A very frightening theory popped into his head yesterday while watching the TV. He discovered two acrobatics in their elements, swinging and performing amazing moves while in midair, and he saw himself in them. What if I used the webs to swing myself around the city? It was a very crazy idea, but it was also very cool. Harry was not 100% confident that it would work, but the amount of confidence he had pushed him to the edge of the skyscraper. Looking down at the height, Harry knew that what he wanted to attempt was not a good idea. "This is the worst idea I've ever had." Harry shrieked as he surveyed the possible height of his death. Harry was about to back down, but then he thought of Mary Jane and Peter. He knew that it would be very cool to swing and meet them before telling his secret to both of them. Setting his face in grim resolution, Harry tied his makeshift flag around his face and leaped. This was the best sensation Harry had ever felt. He felt so free and alive. Harry was currently swinging to school, and he was shocked at how easy it was to control. At first, when Harry had dropped from the skyscraper, he thought that he was going to die. But out of instinct, he suddenly thrusted out his hand, and a web shot out of his wrist. The web had caught onto another building, and he pulled himself towards the building with so much force that he felt like he was flying. Harry repeated the action again and again on another building, and after several trials and one very close call, he had gotten the hang of it. However, Harry was cautious. The rush of the wind had blew away the makeshift flag mask on his face, and now his face was exposed. He decided that he would get something more durable to cover his face, as he didn't want his identity out yet, and as he would definitely be doing a lot more swinging. Harry suddenly swung into a desert-lit alleyway before running into school to throw off any possible watchers. Harry was fully pumped for today, as he was literally filled with adrenaline. Today was also the day he would tell Peter and Mary Jane about his powers. He decided that last night that they were the only people he could ever trust, and they would help him manage his powers. Harry could not wait to see Peter's expression when he told him that his powers could possibly have come from the spider's bite at the expedition, which Peter was scared about. Harry suddenly screeched to a stop and hid behind a pillar. He could see Peter's expression now, and it was that of extreme joy, because he was currently with Mary Jane. The way they conducted themselves around each other made Harry to suspect that something was up. Harry quickly went out of his hiding place and made his way to them. At the sight of him, Mary Jane and Peter froze a little. When Harry finally arrived, Mary Jane greeted him hurriedly and smiled at both him and Peter before making her swift leave. Harry wanted to ask Peter the cause of Mary Jane's strange action. When he got a closer look at Peter's face, Harry quickly inquired about the cause of Peter's predicament, and found the cause to be Flash. Harry almost started wishing that he had carried out his initial plan of beating Flash without the police interruption. When Peter informed him of Flash's arrest, that seemed to satisfy Harry's anger. Peter went on to tell Harry that he had great news. After several failed attempts of Harry's guessing, Peter finally revealed the great news. He was going out to see a wrestling match with Mary Jane. Harry doubled over with laughter, but when he discovered that Peter was not joking, he finally quieted down. Apparently, Peter had gotten free tickets to see Bonesaw face off against Crusher Hogan, and he had just asked Mary Jane before Harry interrupted them, and she said yes. Harry was really shocked by all of this. He asked Peter if Mary Jane was currently in a relationship with him. Peter scratched his head and stared at his toes, while chuckling nervously. This action told Harry all he needed to know, as he connected all of the dots. Peter then told Harry that his relationship with Mary Jane was complicated, but Harry had already had his answer. They were dating, and they were trying to hide it from him. Harry was so filled up with mixed emotions, and he did not want to do anything that he would regret, so he rushed off, brushing Peter's shoulder in the process. Harry told Peter that he had business to take care of with his father, but hoped that he had a great time with Mary Jane at the wrestling match, as he took off running. Peter was confused about the whole event, and started worrying about him again, but he quickly dismayed the thought. Peter did not want to allow anything to spoil his fun with Mary Jane tonight. Mary Jane swiftly walking into class when someone bumped into her, slipping some of her books on the floor. She was about to give the perpetrator an earful until she discovered that it was Harry, and he did not look good. Mary Jane was swiftly walking into class when someone bumped into her, spilling some of her books on the floor. She was about to give the perpetrator an earful until she discovered that it was Harry, and he did not look good. Harry helped her to gather the rest of her books, as he had caught most of them using his insane reflexes. The ones Harry had allowed to fall were Peter's books that MJ got for an assignment, and Mary Jane did not even realize it. Harry used the opportunity to apologize to MJ for his behavior with Flash yesterday, but that he really had to go. Harry quickly walked away from Mary Jane without giving her a chance to apologize. Harry's action confused MJ, and she even tried waving him down to talk some more, but Harry was already out the door. Mary Jane followed him outside because she sensed that something was wrong with him. By the time MJ was outside, Harry was nowhere to be seen. Osborn was currently on top of the school building, crying. He had just crawled up the building when Mary Jane had come looking for him. Harry could not afford to be around both Peter and MJ. He knew that they were dating, and it hurted him. Harry was not quite angry at Peter or Mary Jane, but he was angry at himself. Harry was angry at himself for not making his move on Mary Jane fast enough. The thought of Peter beating him to Mary Jane enraged him, and stomped the ground to release a bit of his pent frustration, and surprisingly, a crack appeared where his feet landed. The crack continued to spread further and further until it reached the edge of the floor. Harry marveled at the power that he had. He still managed to surprise himself with his own powers. Looking at his hands once again, Harry came up with his ingenious plan. He would go to the wrestling show and face either Bonesaw or Crusher Hogan. Harry immediately smiled as he knew he would steal the show and possibly the heart of Mary Jane. Harry also thought that this would be the best way to demolish and test out his new abilities and powers. Harry smiled as he thought he would finally get the appreciation he deserved. Harry suddenly took off with his webs, and he heard struggles behind him to open the roof door. He guessed that his stomp had caused quite a commotion in the building below. Harry crawled back to school and attended all of his classes, while successfully avoiding both Peter and Mary Jane. When the school bell went on, school was over. Harry was the first to leave the school as he had a lot more plans to set in motion. Grinning from ear to ear, Harry swung his way home, with his face covered with his handkerchief, in order not to compromise his identity. Harry landed in an alleyway. As usual before he walked into his house, Bernard asked Harry if he was okay, as his clothes and hair were all ruffled. Harry stated that he was fine, and he asked about his father. Bernard informed Harry that his father, Norman, had been gone for hours. Bernard also informed Harry that he was not sure when Norman would be returning. Just business trips, of course, Harry replied as he entered his room and shut the door. Harry was currently on his computer creating designs for his suit, but he had a creative block. If Peter was here, he would know what to do. Harry said as he did not have a clue of what to do. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He had spider powers, so he should have a suit that portrayed a spider. Harry started designing the suit and made sure that the mask and major parts of the suit had web designs. Harry even went as far as putting a spider emblem on the chest of the spider. Harry now faced another issue: what colors the suit should have. Harry then swiftly remembered that the spider that bit him had a red and blue color, and it seemed to settle it. But then he decided that he wanted to go with something his own touch, and he decided to use a gray and black suit. After adding everything together, Harry was not just in awe of his design, of also in awe that he was the one who had created all of it. The suit looked like the gray Alex Ross suit. Harry quickly inputted the suit details into the 3D sewing machine his dad had gifted him during one of his birthdays. Oscorp had started a 3D printer project to rapidly manufacture firearms for the military, but it turned out to be a failure. The printer could only print things out of fabric, hence the name the 3D sewing machine. Within an hour, Harry's spider suit was ready. He just needed to carve out the eyes and stitch the symbol. White fabric, and it was good. Harry quickly wore the suit and covered it with his jacket and pants. He told Bernard that he was going out with some friends for a meeting, and he quickly sneaked to the alleyway before he took off swinging. While Harry swung through the city, he started strategizing on his moves. He decided that when he won his opponent, he would unmask in front of the crowd, and this would win Mary Jane over to him. Harry suddenly came up to a halt at the building as he saw Mary Jane and Peter getting into Uncle Ben's car. He knew that he had to get into the building before they saw him, and the sight of Mary Jane gave him all of the motivation that he needed. Harry reached the hall in record time, and he quickly made his way to the sign-up sheets in the full spider outfit after he discarded his pants and jacket at an alleyway. As Harry was signing up, he looked at all the posters for the event and discovered that there was a huge prize money, $3,000. This was really a huge bonus for Harry. Harry thought that he would use the money to impress Mary Jane, or even give it to her and buy her anything she wanted. Harry wasn't thinking about himself, but he was also kind of being selfish. If his victory tonight did not win her over, then the money would certainly win her over, Harry said to himself. Even though today had started on a sad note, it was turning out just fine, and Harry could not wait to see his plans set in motion. Harry sighted Peter and Mary Jane from a distance in the crowd. They had just entered the hall holding hands, accompanied by Uncle Ben. The sight of Peter holding hands with Mary Jane seemed to motivate Harry even more, and he made his way backstage in preparation to be announced. As Harry entered the backstage, he peeped through the curtain where the wrestlers would emerge from to look around the crowd, but the bright lights flashed in his eyes, so he withdrew. The officials of the program came over to Harry and sized him up. After they did, they asked him continuously if he was completely sure that he wanted to go into the ring with Bonesaw, and Harry downplayed all of their doubts by assuring them that he would be fine. The announcer, who was to call Harry out, was not given any name, but in a rush of adrenaline gotten from the cheers and roars of the crowd, he quickly came up with something from the picture of the wrestlers in front of him: the amazing Spider-Man. The announcer shouted as he noticed the wrestler's costume bore a spider's emblem and had webs spiraling around it in a gray-black outfit. Harry loved the name, but the crowd hated him. The crowd booed Harry as he made his entrance. Harry also noted that Peter and Mary Jane booed him, and Mary Jane even threw popcorn to his face. Harry could not believe that he had gotten himself into this situation. He couldn't even believe that Mary Jane would pull a stunt like that. It was something that she would never do. When Harry saw Bonesaw, he was extremely terrified. The image of Bonesaw did him no justice, as he looked extremely terrifying and huge. The more steps Harry took to the ring, the more his confidence went down the drain. When Harry entered into the ring, the cell got locked and reality dawned on Osborn. He immediately ran to the cage and started banging on it, telling them to let him out. He told them that it was a mistake and that he did not want to fight in a cage match. Harry's pleas fell on deaf ears, as the crowd paid him no attention, as they thought his gestures for help was part of the show. The bell rung and the match began. Bonesaw wasted no time in going after Harry, as he covered the distance between them with the 2 long strides. Harry's back was still turned to him, as he was still begging to be released from the cage, but suddenly his spidey sense kicked in. The sensation was now familiar to Harry, and he backed it up with a quick reflex as he immediately did a backflip and landed on the other side of the ring, to the amazement of the crowd. Bonesaw had attempted to run over Harry from behind, but his spider sense had saved him, and Bonesaw had gone headfirst into the cage, almost resembling something that happened to Flash Thompson earlier. The cheers of the crowd started going to Spider-Man, as they were stunned and excited by the stunt he pulled. Harry shuddered to think of what his fate would have been if he had been hit by the Bonesaw, a monster among men. Part of the crowd started chanting Spider-Man, and the chant started spreading as wildfire as most of the crowd joined in. The sensation was electrifying and hypnotizing for Harry, as he felt he was getting the appreciation that he truly deserved. Harry forgot about Bonesaw as he faced the crowd, while raising his hands and acting like a conductor for the crowd's cheers. This encouraged the crowd to chant his name more, and it made Harry's confidence grow. Harry turned his back on Bonesaw again, and this time, Bonesaw was erupting in rage. Spider-Man had made him look like a clown, and now he was going to turn the crowd against him, his crowd, against Bonesaw. Bonesaw shook off the temporarily dizziness he had gotten from his collision with the cage, and rapidly took action. As he reached out his hand to grab Harry, Harry quickly snapped out of his trance as he was alerted by his spider sense of Bonesaw's action. Harry did another backflip, but this time, to marvel the crowd, he landed on Bonesaw's shoulder. Most of the crowd stood up, cheering, but they did not expect what was to come, even in their wildest dreams. Harry brought out his web and used it to attach himself to Bonesaw's neck as a ladder, and it was doing everything possible to get Harry off his shoulders. The crowd could not comprehend the sticky white thread that Spider-Man had used as a weapon, but it excited them and they cheered him more. By this time, every member of the crowd cheered Spider-Man, along with Peter Parker and Mary Jane, who could not believe what they were seeing. Peter immediately felt Mary Jane hold his hands, and he decided that he would be eternally grateful to Spider-Man, as he had turned his first date into something more exciting. Peter, however, hoped that Spider-Man would make it out alive, long enough to receive his gratitude, as Bonesaw had turned the tide of the match. Bonesaw thought of a plan, several failed attempts to get Spider-Man off of him, and he executed it to perfection. Bonesaw had fallen on his back, and this crushed Spider-Man. The crowd responded by shouting in mock pain. Most of the crowd never expected Spider-Man to win the match, or even last this long, but they were impressed that he had given them an entertaining match. End him! End him! The crowd shouted repeatedly to Bonesaw. Bonesaw gave a dark chuckle. In the end, the crowd always came back to him. He picked up Spider-Man and was about to deliver his finisher, the backbreaker, when Spider-Man twisted and punched him in the face. This brought on chants of hope from the crowd, as some of them wanted the underdog, Spider-Man, to win. Spider-Man's punch stunned Bonesaw, so he released his grasp on Spider-Man. More of the crowd started having high hopes on Spider-Man winning, as they were anxious to see his next move. Spider-Man, Harry, ran to the cage and leaped off its side as he headed for Bonesaw with a flying punch. Bonesaw was already waiting for Spider-Man, and he plucked him out of the air with his enormous hands around his neck. The crowd collectively gasped as Bonesaw started choking him. Spider-Man quickly faded out, and he knew he had to do something fast. Peter had connected with Spider-Man on a personal level. He understood what it meant to be an underdog, and what it meant for other people to look down on you. He wanted Spider-Man to win by all means, so he started up a Spider-Man chant. The crowd was silent as they were watching Spider-Man being choked to the verge of losing his consciousness, when they heard the Spider-Man chant by Peter Parker, which was then accompanied by Mary Jane's voice, and then Uncle Ben's. After a few seconds, the whole crowd threatened to bring down the whole building. Harry had almost faded when he could instantly hear Peter and MJ's voice, cheering him on. That was all the motivation he needed, he told himself. Harry tightened his fist and delivered 3 desperate blows to the neck of Bonesaw, and that seemed to do the trick, as Bonesaw fell flat on the ground. Spider-Man was not done yet, as he got on top of Bonesaw and repeatedly punched him in blind rage. Harry punched the face of Bonesaw until he passed out. Spider-Man's sudden change of behavior made the crowd boo him, but Harry misunderstood them. He thought that they wanted more action. Spider-Man picked up Bonesaw and lifted him on his shoulders, a feat impossible for a man of his size. He then proceeded to body slam Bonesaw to the ground. The cage, in rage, quivered with the impact, and Bonesaw's body actually made a huge dent on the woodwork of the ring. The referee quickly separated Spider-Man from Bonesaw before he did any further damage. He followed his actions by screaming at Spider-Man and asking him what the hell was wrong with him. The referee's statement seemed to break Harry out of his frenzied state. Harry looked at the referee and then at the crowd, and he started to realize that he had gone too far. Harry was about to reveal himself to Mary Jane when he looked at Bonesaw. He had messed Bonesaw up a lot, and he was not sure if Bonesaw would ever get back to his original form again. He remembered how Mary Jane had acted because of the tiny scuff with Flash. He was scared of how she would react at this, and it was a much bigger mess now. Harry still kept his mask on as he stared at Mary Jane in the crowd. Mary Jane noticed his persistent stare and was about to alert Peter when the referee tapped Spider-Man to follow him backstage for his money. Even though the crowd were still baffled at his surprise outburst, the crowd cheered for Spider-Man with vigor as he exited the ring. Harry took off his mask immediately he went backstage. He felt all choked up with mixed emotions, but he managed to keep his cool. "I'll just get the money and go and reflect," he told himself. Harry entered into the promoter's office, and he was not given the kindly treatment he thought he should have been given. Harry felt something was off and blamed it on him, destroying one of the promoter's major stars and winning the cash prize. Harry had already decided to give $1,000 back to the promoter to use it for the treatment of Bonesaw, as he was still guilt-ridden for what he had done to him. The promoter threw a wad of cash forward, and Harry caught it. When Harry counted the money, he was confused. The money was $100. Harry quickly signaled the promoter to report the error. The promoter assured Harry that it was not an error, and that was the money he had deserved. But the ad said $3,000 for 3 minutes for the fight. Harry said as he did not understand what was going on. "Check it again, webhead. It said $3,000 for 3 minutes, and you pinned him in 2. And for that, I give you $100, and you're lucky to get that." Peter said, "I need that money." And the promoter said, "I missed the part where that's my problem." Harry pleaded with the promoter as he realized it was the only plan he had left currently to impress Mary Jane. The wrestling match had not gone according to plan, as he could not unmask to reveal himself because he had messed up Bonesaw so badly. All of Harry's pleading fell on deaf ears, as the wrestling promoter showed no empathy. Harry left the office, and he was furious. He knew that he could not harm or cohere the wrestling promoter to give him his money because he was in the public and the eyes were on him. The best thing he could do was to clench his fists and grind his teeth in anger as he prayed for a way to exact revenge on the promoter. His prayers were answered. When Harry had left the wrestling promoter's office, an individual had entered. The individual that entered was a robber, and he was armed. He dropped a bag on the promoter's table while he pointed a gun at his head. He told the promoter to empty all of his money into a bag, and so he did without any hesitation. When the bags were full, the robber took off running with the bag, and the promoter came out after him, alerting the security guard of the robber. The chase for the robber was fierce, but the cop did not catch him, because the robber had already had a head start. The robber was rapidly approaching the elevator that Harry was about to enter, and the cop shouted and ordered Harry to hinder the robber's movement. And we all know what happens in the original timeline, and other timelines that happen. But Harry just stood still and watched. as the robber entered into the elevator and escaped. The robber thanked Harry before he had escaped. When the cop asked Harry why he let the robber escape, Harry remained mute. The cop looked at him in utter disbelief, and he went on in hopefully pursuit of the robber. When the wrestling promoter caught on to Harry, he asked Harry why he had let the robber escape with his money, and Harry smiled and told him that he missed the part where that was his problem. Harry drank in the defeated expression of the wrestling promoter with a smirk before he left the building. Harry walked out of the building while thinking about what a waste of the whole event, and that it was a waste of time. He quickly found his jacket and pants, and soon he blended in with the masses. Harry heard the people in the crowd saying that Spider-Man was the next best thing while he was walking, and that made him grin. "I love that name, and I think I'm gonna keep it," Harry said, as he pondered on the name Spider-Man. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot was heard, and Harry's spider sense went off, indicating to him that it was not a prank. The crowd of people walking completely went berserk as they were screaming and running everywhere. Harry quickly took off into the crowd as he wanted to discover the source of the gunshot. Harry quickly found a secluded spot and he ran up to it and crawled up a building to get a better view. What Harry saw at the top of the building shocked him. Someone was really shocked, and even though he wanted to believe otherwise, the person was Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben had lost a lot of blood, and there was not much time left. Mary Jane stood away, not quite far from Peter, with tears and disbelief vivid in her eyes. Uncle Ben moved his hand and held Peter's hand, which made Peter suddenly look at him. Uncle Ben smiled and gave out his final breath. Uncle Ben was dead. Mary Jane tried holding Peter and prying him away from Ben, but Peter screamed at her, telling her to go. This made Mary Jane cry even more. Harry suddenly overheard the cops saying that they thought that they had found Uncle Ben's stolen car on 5th Avenue. Apparently, the robber had shot down Ben to steal his car. Harry quickly donned his Spider-Man mask and discarded his jacket and his pants as he went in pursuit of the robber. He was doing this for Peter, he told himself. As Peter continued crying for Uncle Ben, the wrestling promoter had come out to report to the cops that Spider-Man could have stopped the robber, but he didn't. Peter could not believe his ears. Then, suddenly he saw Spider-Man swinging from building to building, and he pursued him through an alleyway, and amid the pleas of Mary Jane. Spider-Man was very fast, and Peter had to do something drastic to catch up with him. He broke into a car, and currently he was driving at full speed to catch Spider-Man. He would not let him go out of his sights. Peter suddenly noted that Spider-Man landed on a car, and he discovered that it was Uncle Ben's car. This, for some reason, greatly motivated Peter, and he pressed down on his pedal to meet up with Spider-Man. Peter almost caught up when suddenly, Spider-Man shot a web to one of the tires, and the car crashed out of the road. Peter was still unrelenting, as he quickly ditched his car in pursuit of Spider-Man. It was time to end this, Peter said in his mind. When Peter arrived at the scene of the crash, he saw Spider-Man in a broken window. He screamed at Spider-Man as he charged, saying that he killed his uncle. Spider-Man dodged and Peter went flying into a wall. Spider-Man looked at Peter and swung away. Peter also exited the site rapidly as he heard police sirens. Harry was currently on top of a building. He was mentally beating himself up. He had failed himself and his friends. He had killed someone because he was trying to be selfish, and now he was worrying about Peter. Uncle Ben was practically Peter's father, and he didn't know how Peter would survive. Harry hoped that Peter would be okay as he swung out of the building to head home. When Peter got home, he called Peter, but Peter was not in the mood to talk. Peter told Harry that they would meet during the graduation, and he hung up. This unsettled and frightened Harry. Norman Osborn woke up with a sharp headache in the morning, and the events of last night were blurry in his head. He remembered having a deep hatred and rage concerning Quest Aerospace, which had their equipment tests yesterday, and then he passed out. What was strange was the fact that he was at Oscorp, but now he was at his home study. Norman immediately brushed off his disturbing thoughts as his PA brought him shocking news. all of the members of Quest Aerospace and military men present at the testing site of the equipment were dead. When Norman heard this news, a manically crackling laughter started ringing in his ears, and it ended as suddenly as it started. Peter Parker's mind was in turmoil. He had watched Uncle Ben die in his arms, and he was helpless. He was unable to do something about it. He wished he could prevent it, but he didn't. He couldn't. He walked all the way back home crying and screaming along the way. He thought of Spider-Man and how he didn't save Uncle Ben. Spider-Man was the foremost enemy in his world, and he had hatred consuming him. When he got home, Aunt May was waiting by the door with tears in her eyes. Obviously, the police had gotten to her first and informed her of the tragedy. She walked slowly towards Peter, put her arms on his shoulders, pulled in for a hug, and wept. Peter hugged her too, and they both cried in that position for some time. Aunt May then released Peter, and they sat on the couch. Peter told Aunt May what had happened, how Spider-Man had allowed an armed robber to go free, and how it had a result in Uncle Ben's death. He told Aunt May that it's Spider-Man who was to blame for their grief. He cursed the person behind the mask, and wished he would meet him and get even. Peter then got up and yelled, to no one in particular, that he had wished he had gotten to Uncle Ben in time, and then they wouldn't have had to go through all that pain. The outburst startled Aunt May, and she looked up to see Peter's eyes, flowing with tears before he crumbled onto the couch again. And tears and unreleased another batch of hateful words and profanities aimed at Spider-Man and the robber. May listened to Peter vent about Spider-Man and was distracted from her grief. She was worried about the way Peter was talking. The hatred was there, and he was visibly seething. It was that deep-seated hatred consumed him. She wondered what he might do. Uncle Ben wouldn't have wanted Peter spending his time hating on Spider-Man. She briefly wondered if she would have had also hated on Spider-Man if she hadn't been so worried about the state of Peter's mental health. She then reached out and touched Peter's hand, squeezing it tightly, and asked him to relax about Spider-Man and that he should learn to forgive, because that's the only way to find peace. As she said these words, she knew she hadn't gotten through to Peter and hoped that the incident would not affect him through his life. She made a mental note to have him see a therapist. Parker woke up the next morning to the sound of MJ and her perpetual drunken dad arguing next door. He got up and looked out his window and saw two outlines of human figures in a room he presumed to be MJ's. He shook his head and went to prepare for school. He brushed his teeth, showered, dressed up, and went downstairs. He had seen Aunt May making bacon, and as he sat down at the table, he realized he didn't have any appetite. Then there was a knock on the door. Peter opened the door and saw Mary Jane standing there, holding what looked like a casserole dish. She pointed the dish to him and fixed him up with a sad stare. Aunt May called out from the kitchen asking Peter who that was. Peter then asked MJ to come inside the house. He took the dish from her and walked to the kitchen. Aunt May came out and met MJ, whom she hugged immediately. MJ whispered to Aunt May that she was sorry for her loss, and Aunt May tightened her eyes further and patted her back. When they were done, May asked MJ to stay for breakfast, and she obliged. Peter went to get an extra plate for her, and they all ate in silence. Peter and Mary Jane walked to the bus stop so that they could take the bus and head to school. On the way, MJ tried making small talk with Peter, but he always answered her coldly with unenthusiastic replies. At this point, Mary Jane got frustrated and decided to leave him to his thoughts. Peter, on his part, didn't feel like talking with anyone. MJ was being a cool girlfriend by sticking with him during his period of grief, but he really didn't want her around. At the bus stop, he finally got the courage to tell Mary Jane what was on his mind. He told her that she was wonderful and nice, but he didn't think he would be able to continue the relationship. MJ, with a troubled look on her face, asked Peter if he was breaking up with her. He hastily replied that he wasn't, but in light of what happened, he wouldn't be able to concentrate on the relationship. He needed time to fully grieve, and he wanted to do it alone. He then asked if that they could take a break from the relationship and figure it out all later. MJ was visibly hurt, and her eyes were tearing up. She badly wanted to hug Peter, but she knew he wouldn't want that. It was a really awkward moment. Her worst fears were confirmed. Peter did not want her. A merciful moment it was, and that the bus arrived and she hurried, hopping onto it, and found a spot where she sat alone and began crying. At school, Harry saw Peter standing by his locker in the hallway. He looked at Peter and hated himself for being the cause of his best friend's sadness. Peter then turned his head and looked at Harry. When Harry saw that Peter was looking at him, he nervously waved and turned and walked away. He couldn't bring himself to look at Peter, not after what he had done. Harry rushed to the toilet and locked the door. He went to the sink and washed his face. Then he looked into the mirror, and after staring at his face, he hit himself on the head and wondered aloud what the hell was he thinking. He told his reflection that Peter must not know that he is Spider-Man. He smacked himself on the head again, and told his reflection in the mirror that he would never let another innocent person die because of him. He would spend his time fighting crime on the streets of New York City. The crowd was excited, and the graduating students were ecstatic. They posed for photographs, and the shots were taken. Peter had received the Science Award, and Aunt May was proud of him. She told him this, and said that he was so handsome. Norman Osborn walked up to his son, Harry. He shook Harry's hand and congratulated him on his graduation. He saw Peter Parker and left Harry to go talk with him. He congratulated Peter on winning the Science Award. He asked Peter to try and enjoy his graduation, irrespective of the hard time he was going through. He told Peter that he was like a brother to Harry, and that made him part of their family. So if he ever needed anything, he just had to call him. In fact, Norman added if Peter needed a job at Oscorp, all he had to do was ask. After all, that Science Award was enough qualifications for Peter. Peter then said that a job would be a worthy distraction, and Norman agreed. He then shook Peter's hand and told him to visit the office the next day. As Norman left, Harry approached Peter and congratulated him on his new job. He said thank you and left to join his aunt. Harry then walked away from the crowd in order to be alone, but MJ was right on his heels. After congratulating each other, MJ slid her right arm around Harry's left arm. Harry looked at his arm and then decided to ignore the imminent gesture. She then asked him if he would like to go out for dinner later, like a date, or not, but almost like a date. At this point, Harry stopped dead in his tracks, slid his arm out of MJ's grip, and looked her dead in the eye and told her no. He then turned and began walking away from her. She caught up with him and asked what was up. He rolled his eyes and told her that she was already with Peter, and he didn't think it was right for him to butt in. Then, he walked past her, but MJ was not relent. She slid away from his arms into Harry's right one and told him that she was lonely and that Peter was too emotionally unavailable to be with her. At this, Harry forcefully removed his arm from her grip and in a loud voice told her to get lost. He also told her that she chose to be in a relationship with Peter and she should deal with her choice and leave him alone. He added that he wouldn't want to be the guy who helps her to forget her boyfriend. MJ's eyes welled up in tears very quickly and she backed away, whimpering and obviously crying. Harry knew that he had hurt her, but he didn't care. He didn't have any love for her anymore. He had more pressing things on his mind to worry about. Harry sat in his room, brooding about the events of the past days. He felt so bad for the pain Peter was feeling. He didn't mean to do it, and he wished he could turn back time and make the right choice. And that thought occurred to him. Harry bent under the desk in his room and pulled out a small suitcase. In it was the spider suit that he had used in defeating Bonesaw. Seeing it brought back memories of that cursed night, where he unwittingly caused Ben Parker's death. He brought it out and looked at it. Then he decided he did not want to be associated with those colors. He couldn't help but think of the tragedy that had occurred when he wore them. He wanted to turn a new leaf and make amends with those colors, and it would not be a good idea. He put the suit back into the suitcase and slid it back underneath the desk, but he contemplated if that was the suit that he really wanted. He got up and sat at his desk. He retrieved his sketch pad and flipped over the pages to where he had drawn the Spider-Man costume of his dreams. It was what he had in mind, but he had the same red and black colors, and he did not want it. He opened a new page and picked up a pencil and took a deep breath and began drawing. Chinese immigrants who lived in New York. They ran a store and they were very successful. Today, however, their profits were going down the drain. Two men with guns had come in, asking them to open the cash register and dump all of the money inside. With the gun pointed at them, they obeyed and kissed their money goodbye. As the two robbers exited the shop, they were suddenly swept off their feet, carried up into the air, and then dumped on the floor. The immigrants leaned closer for a better look, and the duffel bags of cash was suddenly sailing right into their faces. Luckily, it fell into their hands. The couple looked at each other in amazement and pointed to the bag and inquired what was on it. They looked at it. It was almost a silver color, and it was white and sticky. It was definitely a spider's web. There was another commotion outside, and they looked up just in time to see two other robbers lifted off of the ground by the silver web. Then, they erupted into cheers. Officer Bobby and Officer Peter were on patrol that evening, and they had heard the call from the police operator to go check what was up. At the intersection of 13th and 14th Street, as they pulled up to the curb with their squad car, they saw a small crowd staring up at something and people talking excitedly. They got out and they saw a huge spider web, and trapped in it were two men. Their guns were also stuck to the web. They looked at each other in disbelief. Someone said that Spider-Man did it. As it was on cue, a figure wearing what looked like spandex swung over the street. It was clad in black-gray suit with a huge spider emblem on its chest and black. It was swinging around with webs from his hands. Harry was pleased with himself. He had stopped a robbery and he had exposed the robbers to the police. He now swinging above the street and the cheers and claps from the people below. He shot webs that undid the ones that trapped the robbers, dropping them on the ground, in the reach of the cops that had shown up. The crowd cheered further as he swung away. Harry decided to swing close to a rundown neighborhood, where it was more likely to come across crime, and it wasn't long before he had found what he was looking for. He heard a woman crying and whimpering, and he ran on the roofs in the direction of the sound. A man had a gun to her forehead, and he had taken her bag from her. He ordered her to shut up and close her eyes, and then he began undoing his belt. Harry didn't hesitate. He shot a web and caught the gun and threw it over the rooftops. He then shot more webs and picked up the guy and threw him far up into the air and let him fall onto the hard concrete. He went back to the woman, helped her up, and gave her a card he had written earlier. On it was written, "Courtesy of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man," in block letters. The last bit was to make sure his handwriting wouldn't be recognized. It was Peter Parker's first day, working at Oscorp Industries. He was ecstatic about this opportunity and didn't want to blow it. As he was getting settled in, a coworker dropped a copy of that day's edition of the Daily Bugle. He glanced at it and saw a big photo of Spider-Man. He asked the guy if it was a black and white photograph, and the answer was no. He thought about the new colors and noted that the suit was different from the original black and gray suit that he saw on the night of Ben's death. His coworker commented on the colors of the suit, saying that it was dark and slick. But Peter was not impressed. He knew it was the same guy that had let his uncle die, and that wasn't going to change. The guy noted Peter's expression and asked if he wasn't a fan. Peter responded by simply shrugging. The guy enthusiastically announced that Peter would learn to like Spider-Man as the rest of the city did. That evening, Harry was sitting by his desk, doing some reading, when the radio that intercepted urgent police communications squeaked to life. he heard frantic calls for backup as a van with millions, as well as policemen, were under attack by several armed men. Harry hurled, shred his clothes, and put on his suit, and began running and swinging to the location. When he got there, he waited on the rooftop to assess the situation and what was going on. Some policemen were shot, and the few others were putting up a fight. He swooped down and punched one guy in the face. He picked up another and slammed him into the ground. Two guys charged at him, and he caught one and used him to hit the other. Several punches were given to the others. After beating all of the robbers to a pulp, he webbed their hands and feet to the ground, rendering them immobile and susceptible to capture when the police backup arrived. Peter had just replaced the receiver on the office telephone. He had just spoken to Norman Osborn's assistant, and she said that Osborn expected him in his office within the hour. Peter didn't have to be told twice. He got up and headed for the elevators to go to Dr. Osborn's office. In the office, Osborn monitored for Peter to sit while he was on the phone with someone. Peter sat obediently and looked at the television. The volume was really low, but he could make out what the presenter was saying. She enthusiastically announced that Spider-Man had heroically foiled a robbery and saved several policemen from being killed. She called him a hero and warned criminals out there to be careful, for the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man was watching and would come for them. Norman's voice snapped Peter out of his trance. He looked at Osborn, who was studying him with a worried look on his face. Peter hadn't realized he had clenched his fist and set his jaw while watching the television. He quickly relaxed as Osborn asked him what was wrong. He replied that nothing was wrong. Osborn looked at the TV again and said that only Spider-Man had been there. Then Uncle Ben might not have been killed. Peter didn't try to correct Norman Osborn. The man had clearly misinterpreted why Peter was upset about the news report. Spider-Man was actually the cause of Ben's death, because he refused to take action when he could have. Of course, he didn't tell Norman this and simply kept mute. Osborn then told Parker why he invited him here in his office. He told him that Oscorp Industries will be having its Unity Day festival, and that there will be a section for the company's VIP guests. He wanted Peter to attend the event as a VIP. On hearing this, Peter was astounded. He was beaming as he thanked Dr. Osborn for the invitation and said that he wouldn't miss it for the world. He stood up as Osborn did, and the two shook hands. Norman Osborn was in an ecstatic mood. He enthusiastically announced to the members of the board that Oscorp Industries had surpassed Quest Aerospace and was the principal supplier to the United States military. He said that the company's revenue was now higher and its stocks were doing much better in the stock market. He expected applause, but instead he got stony silence. The chairman of the board spoke up, saying that since Quest Aerospace was bombed, it began expanding and planned a hostile takeover of Oscorp Industries. He said that Quest had made an offer to the board to sell Oscorp to it, and they had unanimously accepted. He then told Norman that the board expected his resignation in 30 days. Norman reacted as expected. He yelled and fumed that it was unfair to sell his company. He then softened and begged, but the board didn't budge. The chairman then said that the sale would be announced after the Unity Day festival. He then looked to Osborn with a wise-ass grin and said, "You're out, Norman." Norman looked at him, and an evil thought crossed his mind. A thought that his Green Goblin persona could only think of. His sad frown disappeared and was replaced with a small smile. Peter returned from work that day and was walking home. As he approached his house, he saw MJ storm out of her home, with her drunk father right on her heels, yelling after her. The two exchanged some more words before the father retreated into the house. MJ then turned to see Peter standing on the sidewalk, looking at her. She said hi, and he said hi too. He then took a deep breath and walked up to her. He spread out his arms and pulled her in for a hug, and was glad that she didn't resist. She hugged him too and held him tight. Her tense body relaxed and she sobbed a little. Peter then pulled away and looked at her in the eyes before kissing her. It felt great to have her lips on his. MJ's lips parted as she kissed Peter too. In between kissing, Peter whispered that he had missed MJ, and she replied that she had missed him too, and they got back to kissing each other passionately. Unbeknownst to the two lovers, Aunt May had come to the window to look at what the commotion between MJ and her father was about. She instead saw Peter and MJ locked in a passionate kiss. She smiled for a moment, shut the curtains, and left the window. Peter had now finally released MJ. He said that he was sorry about what she was going through with her father, and even invited her to come spend the night with him, if she wanted to. She declined, saying that it would come off as disrespectful to Aunt May. Peter shrugged, saying that she was probably right. He then told her about the Unity Day festival, and asked if she would like to come with him. He told her that he would be a VIP guest, and there would be a lot of perks that came with that. She playfully asked if it will be fun, and Peter replied in an affirmative voice. She told him that she would definitely be with Peter. The two then entered Peter's house after Peter said that he was starving and needed to eat. Harry Osborn was bored. The police hadn't had any case of the crime going on, and on top of that, his father had requested him to be home for dinner. He really wasn't in the mood to have dinner with his father. The man intimidated him and made him feel like an unworthy subordinate. He sat at the table, prepared by the household staff, and waited for Norman to show up. Harry didn't have long time to wait for Norman. He strolled into the room not long after. The man was quite ecstatic, and you could tell from his gaze. Harry got up and shook his father's hand, and the latter sat as the head of the table. During dinner, Norman talked about the recent move by the board to sell his company to Quest Aerospace and merge it into what was going to be called Alchemax. Harry wondered aloud why his father was taking the news with such cheer. Norman replied that he had a plan to stop the move. Then he smiled to himself. Harry noted this. Norman then asked Harry to attend the Unity Day festival, that his best friend Peter Parker was going to be there. Norman also said that it would be a great opportunity to bond with his friend again, since Norman had him busy with working for Oscorp. Harry thought about meeting with Peter, and he suddenly felt sick to his stomach. He still felt bad about what he did, but before he could object, his father stated, matter of facility, that he wanted Harry to be there. Unfailingly, Harry agreed to attend. It was the Unity Day festival, and everyone was happy. The celebrities were underway, and Oscorp's VIPs were on the balcony of the building. Harry Osborn stood at one side drinking champagne from a glass, and tried his best to enjoy himself. He felt weird because he was wearing his Spider-Man suit underneath his regular clothes. For some reason, he couldn't quite shake the feeling that he would need it. The why was a question that plagued his mind. Harry saw MJ and Peter step onto the balcony, arm in arm, looking all lovey-dovey. He downed the contents of his glass in one gulp, handed the glass to a waiter, and made a beeline for the two. Peter disengaged from MJ and hugged Harry. Harry was a little taken aback by the gesture, but he hugged Peter too. Harry glanced at MJ and she averted her eyes. After Peter released Harry, Harry stepped closer to MJ, saying hi and kissing her cheek. Peter remarked that it's been a long time since he saw Harry. Harry said that he'd just been around, fighting the good fight. Peter asked how he was doing, and Harry deflected by asking Peter how his work with Oscorp was going. Harry added that he had hoped Norman Osborn wasn't giving him a hard time. Peter said that work was fine, and speaking of Norman, he wondered where he was. He asked Harry if he knew where his father was, and Harry said he was wondering the same thing. He asked Peter if he saw Norman on the way up, and Peter shook his head. At that moment, the chairman of the board of Oscorp walked up to them, shook Harry's hand, and inquired about Norman. Harry replied that he didn't know that he didn't see his father, that Harry didn't get to complete a sentence for something made the hair on his neck stand on edge. His spider sense was getting sensations, and for what reason he didn't know yet. Then, he was suddenly aware of MJ pulling his suit jacket. He looked at her, but she was staring out into space. In fact, they were all looking out at something. The board chairman was looking through his binoculars and announced that it was the missing Oscorp glider and suit. Peter confirmed it to Harry, reminding him of the glider that Norman told them about, the glider that was stolen. Harry was a little confused and looked up and saw smoke swirling in the air in the distance. A figure was flying towards them, and his spider sense told him that it wasn't good. It approached, and it was clad in steel-painted green. It flew past them, Peter said, creeping into his voice. That was circling back. Peter was right. Before Harry could assess the situation, a projectile flew in their direction, slammed into the building, and blew up. It was a pumpkin bomb, and it had upset the balcony on which they were standing. More bombs landed into the building and blew it up quickly. The part of the balcony on which they were standing began to give way. MJ screamed in fright. Harry had just a split second to make the decision he made. He grabbed MJ and Peter and leaped onto another section of the balcony, just as the previous had begun falling to the ground below. Peter looked at Harry and wondered how Harry had the strength to lift them both and jump such a distance. He wrote it off as adrenaline and focused on what was happening. Harry saw Peter looking at him and instantly became aware of himself. He gave himself a once-over and saw small tears in his suit and shirt. Even his trousers had some tears on them. He cursed loudly. His clothes wouldn't survive another blast from the pumpkin bombs, and it would indefinitely expose the Spider-Man suit he was wearing underneath. He began running back into the building to get away from the others, but he heard a scream. Harry would have loved to ignore the scream, but his spider sense had gone off and made him alert. He looked back and saw MJ on the floor, whimpering with fright. The Green Goblin was cackling loudly and hovering above her. It was descending on the balcony. Peter shouted at it to get away, and he launched himself at it. Harry screamed no, but it was too late, for the Green Goblin had punched Peter right in the face, effectively knocking him out cold. MJ screamed some more, and the Goblin turned and faced her once more. Harry was scared and at his wits' end because he would not be able to act as Spider-Man with MJ right here. The Goblin regarded MJ for that moment and changed his mind about attacking her. It turned into the frightened board members and began to take to their heels. The Goblin then activated the guns that were embedded in the glider, aimed it at the fleeing board members, and cut through them. They fell like stalks of wheat. Harry was horrified. He couldn't dwell on it because it seemed the Goblin had accomplished its mission and was getting away. He ran back into the building, shredding his clothes on the way out. He jumped out of a window at the other end of the building and used his webs to swing to the other side to engage the Green Goblin. Harry didn't have to look far, for the offending villain was flying just past him. Harry then shot a web, which caught the Green Goblin on its left shoulder. It turned, wondering what it was. Harry, relying on the web, struck to the Goblin, swung towards it, and landed on the glider. Before it released what was happening, Harry delivered a well-aimed blow at the Goblin's face. The Goblin lost balance and fell off the glider, falling into one of the canopies at the festival area. With its rider dislodged, the glider buckled and Harry was thrown off of it. His web saved himself from free-falling. It could have been a bad fall, but he hit the concrete hard. Harry got up looking for the Green Goblin. He didn't have to look far, for the police had found him, and they were messing up. The Green Goblin raised his hands and announced that he surrendered. The police kept shouting "freeze" and "hands where I can see them," while the Green Goblin kept advancing towards them. Harry screamed no, but no one was listening. The Goblin punched each of the 3 officers that confronted him and knocked them out. Harry then began running towards the Goblin, but it laughed and threw a pumpkin bomb at him. Harry dodged the bomb, but realized a second too late that the action had serious consequences, for the bomb went right into the Oscorp building and blew it up. The building began to shake ominously, and some already shaky parts of it began to fall from above in large boulders. He looked down and saw 2 people standing close to the building, and if they didn't move, the boulders would crush them. He stretched out his hands and shot webs, which hit the 2 people in the back. He then pulled them forcefully out of harm's way and disposed them on the ground. The glider circled back, and the Green Goblin got on it. He wasted no time in flying to the remains of the balcony. He grabbed MJ amid her and Peter's screams. Spider-Man looked towards the sound of the screams and saw the Green Goblin making his way with MJ. He quickly jumped on the closest building and began shooting webs and crawling in a bid to catch up with the Goblin. At some point, he stopped and called out to the Goblin, asking him to let Mary Jane go. The Goblin stopped and looked at Spider-Man and said that it was a very poor choice of words. He obeyed and let MJ go, and she began falling to the ground. She began screaming, and the Goblin cackled louder. It flew to another area and hovered to see what was happening. Spider-Man then took a dive, headed right for MJ. She kept on screaming, and then he caught up with her. He grabbed her by her wrists and held her tight. Right before they hit the ground, Spider-Man shot a web which stuck to the building and embedded him to swing without hitting the ground. The Green Goblin huffed in disappointment and began to fly away, screaming at the top of his lungs, "We'll meet again, Spider-Man." Spider-Man then swung through the city, still holding MJ. When he reached the sky-high garden of a hotel, he stopped there and released her. As he was about to leave her, she stopped him, asking who he was. He replied that she knows who he is. Confessed, she asked if she does. He replied, yes. That is the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Before she could stop him again, he leaped off the building and began swinging away. MJ stared at him in wonderment. As MJ was walking down her street, approaching her house, she saw Peter sitting on his front steps, cell phone in hands, and looked shocked. She called out to him, and he got out and rushed to her. He gave her a tight hug, which surprised her a little. After 5 seconds, he released her and gave her a one-over, checking for scars or injuries. MJ told him that it wasn't necessary and that she was fine. This calmed Peter a bit, and she added that she was okay because Spider-Man saved her. Peter shot her a dark look at his shoulders, slumped as he walked back to sit on the steps. MJ followed him and sat beside him. After a minute of silence, Peter said that what Spider-Man did earlier that day did not change the fact that he had caused Uncle Ben's death. She said that she knows what Spider-Man had done, but she also considered that he had saved a lot of lives that day. But Peter would have none of it. He got up and looked at MJ in anger, and told her that there was nothing Spider-Man would do to make up for what he had done that night. MJ tried saying something, but he cut her off, saying that he didn't want to hear anything more about Spider-Man. At that, he stormed into the house, leaving MJ feeling bad. Harry sat at the bar and ordered a martini on the rocks. The bartender tried to engage him in small talk, but ignored him. He nursed his drink and thought about what had transpired the previous day. He looked around the bar and noted that people were arriving, and it was getting noisy. Harry downed his drink in one gulp and paused to feel its warmth its way down his throat. He placed a $5 bill beside the glass and left the bar. He did not want the noise and chattering, for he had to think and figure out who the Green Goblin was. Outside, Harry's spider sense began to go off. He began to look for the source and found it. A young woman was walking quickly away, and 5 men were following her and making catcalls at her. Harry decided to follow them. A light drizzle started, but the men didn't seem to be backing down. Harry then climbed one of the buildings and began taking off his clothes to reveal the Spider-Man suit he wore inside. He followed the men closely from the roof. The men soon caught up with the lady, and she screamed for help. One of them caught her hands and pinned them to the wall, and another began groping her. The offering hands didn't grope for long because Harry shot his webs to the hands and yanked them off its owner, far away from the girl, and disposing him on the floor of the street. With amazing speed, he ran to the guy holding the woman and gave him a super punch, which sent his head right into a wall, knocking him out cold. He then took another thug and smashed his face off of the brick wall, doing a backflip and kicking him in the head. The woman whimpered. Harry turned on the others. who were closing in on him. He punched one square in the face, knocking him out instantly. He ended up using his webs and struck a man in the face and pulled him in for a punch, and he broke his nose. He ended up punching him again and again, and he dodged the punch from one of the other guys, twisted his arm behind his back, and kicked him onto the ground. The guy who was thrown to the floor lunged at Harry and received a blow to his sternum as a reward. He fell to the ground and began clawing at his chest in pain. Harry, with a quick and long strides, closed the distance between him and the thug on the floor. He raised his leg up and brought it down with a crushing force on the man's left knee. There was an awful crunching sound of bones breaking, and the other guy let out an eerie piercing scream, and a round of explicits followed. Harry kicked the guy in the nose and turned away from him. He told the girl to call 911 for the men and asked her to leave while she still could. She muttered a thank you and ran away. Harry had worn his normal clothes again, and he was drenched from the rain. He was happy that he had stopped a crime that was in the works that evening, but he was sort of sad. There was no motivation and no one to share the victory with. He felt alone. As he was passing, a newsstand on one of the papers caught his eye. He walked to it and looked at the illuminate text. On the front page of the Daily Bugle, it was a photo of Spider-Man fighting the Green Goblin. The photo wasn't bad. It depicted him bravely taking on the villain, but the headline was Menace, and that changed the whole meaning of the photograph. He opened the glass case and removed the paper and looked at it closely. It was the next day's edition. He saw that the photo credit was to one Eddie Brock. He looked at the headline again and he was infuriated with the paper. He held the paper with his own two hands and began ripping it. After dropping the ripped papers on the floor, he looked at his reflection in the glass. He told himself that he didn't need the gratitude of the people. He just didn't want them to be misunderstanding his intentions. He told his reflection that he will have to pay a visit to Eddie Brock. With that, he turned away and continued walking. The next day, Peter went to the Osborn residence. He missed Harry and was looking forward to meeting him. As he was climbing to the stairs, he began to feel lightheaded and began to sway. His grip on the railings stopped him from falling and rolling down the stairs. He reached the landing and entered the living room. He began to call out for Harry. Peter began to sway again, and he tried to make it for one of the chairs, but he didn't make it, for he fell and knocked over the chair, causing a loud racket. He didn't know what was happening to him, and his head was spinning. Norman Osborn rushed into the room to see what was going on. He was surprised to see Peter on the floor, and he rushed to help him get onto his feet. Norman asked Peter what was wrong, and the latter replied that he didn't know. Norman then helped Peter up and led him to his study. He made Peter sit on one of the chairs by his desk and went to get a glass of water for him. When Peter had drank the water, he was looking much better. Norman turned and sat at his table and studied Peter closely. Norman asked Peter to tell him what was wrong, and Peter replied that he didn't know. He said that since the attack at the festival, he had been feeling lightheaded, but it wasn't serious. He stated that his fall in the Osborn living room was the first of its kind, and nothing to worry about. Norman leaned in and told Peter that he might have a concussion, and it was something worrying about. He asked Peter that he should see a doctor later, and leaned back into his swivel chair, and asked Peter why he visited. Peter then replied that he came to see Harry, and that since they didn't get a chance to really hang out during the festival, he came to make for a lost time. Norman remarked that it was a really good thing, but Harry had gone out and didn't say where he was going. Peter began rubbing his temps and said that it was fine, and he would just call Harry later. Peter then asked Norman about what had happened during the festival. He expressed his condolences about the death of the board members and how the event turned into a bloodbath. Norman agreed that it was a real tragedy. Peter then told him that apparently someone had found a way to utilize the stolen glider and the suit. At that, Norman said that the police and Oscorp were still trying to locate the stolen technology, especially now that it was being used to kill people. Peter thought to himself that it wasn't the obvious intent of the glider. Norman then said that he saw footage of Peter and MJ on the TV during the festival, Peter eagerly replied that he and MJ were dating, and that he was excited about the two of them. Norman told him to leave MJ and focus on his works. He added that girls were a distraction and MJ was most likely using him to suit her needs. Peter began to speak, but he thought better about it. It was unwise to engage your boss in an argument about romance. Peter then said that since Harry wasn't at home, he would just go and come back next time. He began to rise, but Norman stopped him. He told Peter that since he was already here, it was unwise to put off until they met at the office. Peter looked puzzled at Norman, and the latter said that he had a job for Peter. Peter relaxed and listened and paid attention. Norman informed Peter that he would be assigning him to work with Dr. Otto Octavius on a new project. Peter couldn't hide his surprise. He asked Norman if it was really the Dr. Otto Octavius that he knew of, and Norman nodded. Peter was in delight and thanked Norman for the opportunity. Norman told Peter not to get too excited that the project wouldn't kick off until a few weeks. He instructed Peter in the meantime to focus on his job, study, and plan for the future. The phone on the table began ringing, and Norman thanked Peter for coming in and picking up the receiver to his ear. Peter didn't have to be told. He got up, muttered a quick goodbye, and left. Parker walked down the stairs and mulled over what Norman had told him. The man was obviously experienced, so his words had credibility. MJ was a distraction that had to be cut off. Plus, he wasn't feeling too thrilled about her after she had praised Spider-Man. He whipped out his mobile phone and dialed her number. MJ picked up the phone almost immediately and asked Peter what was up. He replied that he was breaking up with her. She exclaimed and asked why, and if she had done anything wrong. Peter replied that he was going to move out of his suburbs home into the big city. He said that he needed to focus on his job, and he didn't need women around so he could get distracted. MJ began to argue, but Peter cut her off, saying that his decision was final and it wasn't up for debate. He finished by asking her to leave him alone and find better things to do with her life. She began to cuss him out, and he ended the call on her mid-sentence. He slid the phone back into his pocket and resumed walking. He felt no remorse for what he had done. Osborn appeared on the landing of the staircase. He had overheard the conversation between Peter and Mary Jane, and his face creased into an evil smile. Norman then retreated back into his study. He had to find out who Spider-Man was and how to defeat him, or possibly win him over to his side. One of his household staff had dropped the morning paper for him. He picked it up. It was the Daily Bugle, of course. He snorted, and he was about to drop it, but the huge photo of him and Spider-Man stopped him. He looked at it more closely, and he felt blood rising into his face. He hadn't accounted for the press of Spider-Man, and so he was taken by surprise. He didn't like how Spider-Man had repelled him, and he wished he had taught the puny guy a lesson before leaving. The headline was more infuriating. This newspaper was really making fun of him. Someone had to pay for that. He looked around and found the name of the photographer under the photo. He saw it was Eddie Brock. Then the voice of the Green Goblin spoke out loud. Looks like we have to pay little Eddie Brock a visit. Osborn was dressed in his gray and black Spider-Man suit. He stood on the roof of the Daily Bugle office in downtown Manhattan. He had been on the roof for a very long time, contemplating about how to go see Eddie Brock. His spider sense began going off in his head, and he heard a distant whirl sound that seemed to be coming closer. He had heard that sound only once before, and it didn't end well. He looked in the distance and found the Green Goblin flying towards the building, the ominous smoke trailing in his wake. He put his mask back on and braced for the confrontation. He didn't want to provoke anything. He wanted to see what the Goblin would do first, so he kept himself out of sight. Eddie Brock sat by J. Jonah Jameson's desk and tried to make a case about why the Menace headline was a very misleading thing to the public, but Jameson was having none of it. And trying further putting down Eddie, he said that the photos were actually crap and it wasn't anything for publication. Eddie rolled his eyes but stopped. JJJ ordered him to get out of his office, but Eddie was frozen in place. His gaze was on the window, Or rather, what was on the other side of it. J. Jonah Jameson was oblivious of this. He began to stand up slowly, but he didn't go far, for the window was smashed into a million bits. Eddie jumped out of the chair and stuck to the wall. JJJ was shocked as he was carried into the air. He turned and saw that he was being held by the Green Goblin. "Where is Eddie Brock?" the Goblin asked. Eddie squirmed by the wall, in fright at the mention of his name. "I don't know who he is," J. Jonah Jameson replied. The Green Goblin snapped that was a lie. He said that he needed Eddie because no one takes shots of someone so perfectly without having connections to the person. He said that he needed Eddie to lead him right to Spider-Man, and he asked again where Eddie was. And in a slip of tongue caused by fright, J. Jonah Jameson said, "Eddie, call 911. And at that, the Goblin dropped J. Jonah Jameson. He looked up at Eddie and said, "So you're the Eddie Brock." And he went to him and grabbed him by the neck and held him on tight. "Where is Spider-Man?" he asked. Eddie didn't get the chance to answer the question, for Spider-Man had appeared by the window. He had lowered himself from the roof with his web, and he was holding onto it. Spider-Man then got a web which caught the Goblin's hand and yanked it away from Eddie Brock's neck. With the amazing agility, he swung and kicked the Green Goblin, effectively knocking him off the glider. "I knew it," J. Jonah Jameson exclaimed. "I knew you two were working together." Harry laughed and asked Eddie if his boss was serious about the allegation. It was a stupid question and Eddie didn't bother answering it. He strolled up to J. Jonah Jameson, who was on the floor, and told him that he had just saved him from being killed by the Goblin, and he thinks they're working together. Without backing down, J. Jonah Jameson asked Eddie to grab his camera and take some shots. Spider-Man watched Eddie through the corner of his eye for any sign of movement, but seeing none, he decided to web J. Jonah Jameson's lips and hands. He told him that he will deal with him later. As he said those words, his spider sense kicked in, but before he could make something out of it, he felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. He quickly looked back and saw the Green Goblin driving one of his metal spikes into his shoulder. He grabbed his hand and was about to whirl it, but the Goblin was faster this time. He kicked Spider-Man on the window, sending him flying onto the street below. Green Goblin then hopped onto his glider and flew out the window, following Spider-Man. Spider-Man shot his web to a side of the building and stopped himself from falling further. He struck to the side of the building in a crouched position and took stock of his situation. He didn't do that for long because several spikes were flying towards him. He did a backflip and dodged them all. The Goblin now hovered over Spider-Man, and a certain gas began pouring out of the spears of its suit towards Spider-Man. Spider-Man inhaled it and began feeling lightheaded. He tried fighting the Goblin, but he punched him in the head, knocking him out cold. Harry Osborn was waking up. His vision was still blurry, and his body felt like lead. He could move. He was staring up at open sky, and it was getting dark. The Green Goblin walked to his side and expressed happiness that he had finally woke up. He asked what was wrong, and the Goblin told him not to worry. He wasn't dead, just paralyzed. Harry was glad that his Spider-Man mask was still covering his face. Apparently, the Goblin hadn't thought of taking it off. Green Goblin then said that he and Spider-Man were not so different. Spider-Man quickly interjected that he was nothing like the Green Goblin, who was a nut job and a murderer. The Green Goblin laughed and said that was probably true, but he had chosen his own path, and Spider-Man had chosen to be the hero. Green Goblin said that the people of New York would prefer to see him fail, and he cited that the headline of the Daily Bugle as a pure example of how regular humans can be ungrateful. He told Spider-Man to join him, and they can seize power for themselves and take whatever they wanted and do whatever they wanted. He put out his hand towards Spider-Man and asked him to join him to become one of the most powerful people on Earth. Harry didn't move. After an uncomfortable moment where Harry didn't take the Goblin's hand, the Goblin retracted his hand and jumped on his glider. He said, "I'll give you time to decide and pick a side, but if you pick the wrong side, I'll come for you and everybody you know." With that, he flew away. Harry was walking back home. He was very tired, and the goblin's gas had put his muscles to sleep, and the stupid Green Goblin had taken him to a run-down neighborhood which reeked of crime. He wasn't dreading a run-in with anybody, but he really would appreciate if there wasn't any crime to stop tonight. He thought about the Green Goblin's offer and mulled it over in his mind. The offer had come as a surprise, as he thought that the Green Goblin kidnapped him to torture him and possibly kill him slowly. A partnership was the last thing that was on his mind. There was an element of truth to what the Goblin said. The people were ungrateful, and their admiration was fleeting. No one hailed him as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man anymore. They all saw him as an aberration. Harry kept on thinking about all the things that he and the Goblin could achieve if they joined forces. He would no longer have a coer in front of his father. He wouldn't have to toil too much for anything. The people would adore him, but his co-science stopped him. He could not, in good faith, agree to kill human beings like that. It was simply wrong no matter how he looked at it. He didn't want to be evil like the Green Goblin. He stopped and looked at his hands. He acknowledged that his powers did not come to him by chance. He had a responsibility to protect people who were unable to protect themselves. He decided not to follow the Green Goblin. He would keep on being the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, who a lot of people were counting on. He owed that much to Uncle Ben and himself. He did think about the Green Goblin's threat to attack everyone Spider-Man loved dear, and it made his blood run cold. He couldn't imagine his father and friends being bombed or even impaled by the Green Goblin. He dismissed the thought with a self-assure that the Green Goblin did not know who he was, and he didn't have a clue. And, if in fact he didn't know, he would be there to protect the people he loved at all costs. He began to move, but his spider sense alerted him that something was wrong. He stopped and looked around, trying to see what the problem was. He began moving slowly, searching for the skies and dimly lit street for any signs of what must have piqued the interest of his spider sense. He heard a familiar scream up ahead and picked up his pace. The scream could only have come from Mary Jane, and he muttered to himself, sighing, "What the hell is she doing in a place like this?" He walked faster, following the screams, until he arrived at an alleyway, and what he saw made him stop dead in his tracks. MJ wasn't wearing a coat, and her dress was torn. She was surrounded by 6 thugs. One of the men slapped her, and wailed even more. One man ordered her to shut up, but she wouldn't stop crying. The man removed a gun and pressed it at her temple. She cried even more, and the man cocked the gun. Her cry began to subside, but she continued weeping. Thunder struck, and rain began to fall. One of the men kicked MJ in the ribs, and she fell on the ground, crying hard. One guy looked down the street, and in that moment, thunder struck, lightning flashed, and an outline of a man watching them was visible. The guy stepped away from the rest of the other guys, calling out and asking who was there. Lightning flashed some more, and the guy saw that nobody was there. The guy had a feeling of foreboding, but managing to brush it aside. The other guys inquired about what was up, and the guy responded that he had thought he saw someone. The others peered down the street, and with the rain pouring in torrents, coupled with the fact that the lights had gone off, they saw nothing. They shrugged and focused their attention on Mary Jane. One of the guys was already undoing his belt. Suddenly, Spider-Man materialized, and in their midst, and caught and held onto the hair of a man who was unzipping his fly. He said, "Don't worry, it's just me." Then, with amazing strength, he carried the guy with his hair and flung him into the air and flew him away from the group. He yelped and landed in the watery street, almost breaking his back. MJ looked surprised and saw an amazing sight. Spider-Man was helping her again. 2 guys tried raising their guns and tried shooting at him, but he picked up another guy and threw him at the 2 with their guns. One of them had already discharged his firearm, but the bullet caught the thug. Harry used as a shield, killing him instantly. The guns clattered to the ground, and so did their owners. Harry jumped on one of them and delivered a furious, painful blow to his face. 2 other guys came and held each other's hands, and one of the guys on the floor was approaching to punch him. Harry kicked the oncoming guy under his chin. He somersaulted in the air, landed on the ground and gave the two guys who had been holding him serious punches. He then held each of them by their shirts, lifted them up, and threw them into the building. They probably cracked their skulls and broke their spines as a result. The guy Harry kicked lunged at him again, his right arm extended in a would-be punch, but Harry dodged and caught the arm, twisted it to the back of its owner, and brought his hand down on the elbow, effectively breaking it. The guy screamed, and Harry threw him into the wall, smashing his face again and again until he was almost dead. The last guy left was crawling towards the gun and was about to reach it, but Harry brought his right foot down, crushing the guy's wrist. He screamed in pain, and Harry descended on him. He flipped him over and began delivering multiple punches to his face until Harry ended up taking his leg and snapped it. When Harry was done, the man wasn't responding, and his face was well bloody, but he took a look at his pulse, and he was still alive. At the beginning, MJ was grateful that Spider-Man had saved her, but now she wasn't so sure. The guy was very aggressive, and he scared her. She saw how he had ruthlessly beaten the thugs, and the fact that he was capable of that made him a dangerous person to be around. He was approaching her, and she crawled away from him. Spider-Man then shouted at her to stop. She turned around in fright, and he asked her what the hell she was thinking of being out at night in a risky neighborhood all alone. He ordered her to get up, and she did. Harry told her to answer his question. Mary Jane gathered herself and looked at the Black Mask as her savior. She was grateful to him for saving her, but wondered what he himself was doing out there at this time of night. She ignored his question and asked him if he was following her. Spider-Man began to stutter and said that it was just a case of him being in the right place at the right time, or rather being in the wrong place at the right time. MJ laughed at that and looked at him, smiling flirtatiously. After Spider-Man did not react, she sobbed and said that her problem was a boy, Peter Parker. He was her friend and he broke up with her in the worst way possible, so she needed to be alone and was doing okay until those group of guys started trailing her. Spider-Man then told her that he was sorry for her sorrow and he began to leave, but MJ asked him to wait. She stepped closer to him, saying that he saved her once and he saved her again, so she hoped he could allow her to say goodbye this time. She placed her hand on his head. Since he did not object, she moved to his face and neck. There, she held the mask and slowly began to unfold it. After she had uncovered his lips, she stopped there. She then kissed him. His lips parted and the two of them were locked in a passionate kiss. After about 2 minutes, she pulled away and covered his face again. Spider-Man then jumped on a building, swinging away, much to the delight of Mary Jane. As Harry was swinging away, he thought about the kiss with MJ. Although he loved it, he had misgivings. He had taken Uncle Ben away from Peter, and now he was going to add MJ to the list. Even though they had broken up, it was still the wrong thing to do, and he couldn't go through with that. Those moments with MJ was something that he needed to avoid. If Peter found out, he would definitely hate him. He stopped on a building and took off his mask, wearing it on his hands. He looked at the face and spoke to it. He told it with a sad voice that it was too late for anything with Mary Jane, and he would have to learn to live with it. Harry arrived in the living room of the Osborn residence, looking really beaten up. His clothes are dripping wet and his hair was all over the place. Plus, there was grime and some sort of bruise on his face and knuckles. Norman Osborn took all this in because he was sitting in the living room, nursing at a glass of bourbon and waiting for his son. He got up and exclaimed, "Oh, what a state you're in." He further asked what had happened and where he's been all day. Harry replied that he was hanging out with friends and he had lost track of time. Norman asked which friends he was hanging out with because Peter had come earlier and he was looking for him. Harry averted his eyes and said that he was hanging out with other friends. Norman saw past the lie and wanted to press further, but he decided not to. He sat back down and took a sip of his drink and contemplated Harry. He then said that Aunt May had invited them for Thanksgiving dinner. He told Harry that he had to be there and he had to look his best. Harry then assured his father that he would be there. Norman said it would happen at Aunt May's house. Harry hastily agreed and began walking to his room, saying that he had a long day and really needed to sleep. Osborn shook his head and sipped some more bourbon. He then picked up the TV remote and switched the television on, watching the news. Harry Osborn was having the time of his life. He was swinging around the city and enjoying the perks of being Spider-Man. While he was standing on the roof of a building to catch his breath, he noticed 2 ambulances driving past quickly, with their sirens blaring. He didn't think much of it. An accident happens a lot in New York City, and ambulances weren't a rare occurrence. Soon after, 3 fire trucks drove past quickly, going in the same direction the ambulances had gone. Their sirens were blaring too. Now Harry was intrigued and he knew something was up. He wore his mask and began chasing after the fire trucks. Whatever would make the fire department send 3 trucks in broad daylight was definitely something to worry about. He caught up with one of the trucks and landed lightly on its roof. He slightly hoped no one was inside, and he had heard the thud of his landing and wanted to stop to investigate. After some time and the truck didn't slow, Harry relaxed and waited to reach their destination. Harry could feel the heat from the flames, even as he was on the ground. The fire was raging in an office building on its top floor, and from what he could gather, people were trapped inside the building. The crowd of onlookers on the ground were screaming and crying that people were stuck in the building. Some firefighters were exiting the building with some people. They advised that the fire be put out first before they began to look for those trapped in the building. One of them was confident that they had removed everyone from the burning building. A crying woman searched the people that had arrived and announced frankly that her baby was still in the building. She wanted to dash into the building, but the firefighters stopped her, saying that she couldn't go in there. She cried, she pushed, but they wouldn't budge. Spider-Man then stepped forward and went to the woman and told her not to worry, that he would get her baby. He asked where the baby was, and she pointed to the floor that was on fire. She pleaded, amidst tears, for Spider-Man to bring her baby back. The fire chief told Spider-Man that he would not be sending his men into the building, so Spider-Man was on his own if he wanted to get the baby. Spider-Man agreed and shot his web at the building and swung through the window into the blazing inferno. Inside, the flames kicked at his suit, but he moved quickly, his eyes searching for the baby. He tried listening for its cries, but all he heard was sounds coming from the street below. He kept searching, and meanwhile on the street below, everyone surveyed the building, waiting for Spider-Man to show up with the baby. As the seconds ticked by, people began to lose faith and wondered if Spider-Man had succumbed to the flames. Harry's sleep was plagued with nightmares. He dreamt of a burning building, and in the building he saw Peter and his Aunt May's lifeless body. The cackle of the Green Goblin filled with the building, and suddenly the scene dissolved into another scene. Harry was now upside down, and he was kissing Mary Jane. He felt a sense of peace, until suddenly he felt her lips harden and withdraw. When he opened his eyes, out of curiosity, he discovered that he was kissing the Green Goblin's mask. The Goblin immediately drew a knife to stab him, and he woke up suddenly. Harry was drenched in sweat. The Green Goblin was getting to him, and it did not amuse him. Harry stood up and he went to his window. It was dawn, the day after the fire, and the view was really nice, but Harry wanted more, so he crawled outside his window to his roof. Harry was perched on his roof, and the rush of the wind was on his face. It was nothing compared to the feeling Harry got when he was web swinging, but it was enough to calm him down. He had to nail Green Goblin fast, and he knew it. The more he roams freely, the more lives of people are endangered, he said. Harry pondered on the idea of joining forces with the Green Goblin again. He wondered if it would end the killing spree of the Goblin that he embarked on. Maybe I can convince him to stop killing, to get what he wants, and use other alternative ways, Harry wondered. Harry did not have time to conclude on his pondering, as he heard a banging at his door. He quickly crawled back to his room before his father rushed in. Norman met him on his bed, and Harry was glad with his quick reflexes and speed. He quickly imagined how Norman would have taken the picture of him crawling on the roof. Norman's expression made Harry worried, and he quickly stopped his imagination. Harry knew that his father was a strong man, and he rarely had the expression he had on now: grief, shock, and pain. After Harry inquired what the problem was, Norman quickly composed himself and told Harry what the problem was. When Harry heard the news, his father came bearing. He had the exact expression Norman had when he came rushing into his room. Peter and Aunt May were almost beaten to death. The news did not make sense to Harry, and he started asking a ton of questions, which Norman did not have answers to. Norman did not know who carried out the act on Peter and his Aunt May. He also didn't know when it happened and how it happened. The only question that Norman knew the answer to was how he found Peter. Peter had a shift by 9 a.m. and Norman had gone to pick him up. When Norman had arrived at Peter's house, he found the place surrounded by the police. Norman had made some inquiries. That was how he got the information. Harry quickly demanded the location of the hospital that Peter and May were admitted in, and Norman informed him. Harry's head was swirled with thoughts, and he knew that if anything happened to Peter and Aunt May, he might never forgive himself. Harry told his dad, Norman, that he would be out to go and see Peter and Aunt May, and his father quickly agreed. Norman quickly exited Harry's room in order to allow him to change and leave him to his thoughts. Harry was in a panic mood. He suddenly remembered his dream and how Peter and Aunt May were lifeless in a burning building. He really hoped that they would not die. Harry also recalled the cackle of the Green Goblin in his dream, and his tightened fists and pure rage. He hoped the Green Goblin, for his life's sake, was not involved in the predicament of Peter and Aunt May. Harry's body was in default mode, as he had already worn his Spider-Man suit, and currently was zipping up his hoodie and concealing the suit. Harry wasted no time as he dashed out of his room to meet his dad, and together they left the house into their car. Seconds later, their limo tore through the streets at frightening speed, and at Norman's orders. As Harry looked out the window, dark thoughts filled his head, as he knew that he had to get rid of the goblin once and for all. He deduced that Peter's and Aunt May's incident was the handwork of the goblin. The description of the incident in the burnt house had the goblin and his pumpkin bombs written all over it. Harry noticed that his father had a creepy grin pasted on his face throughout the whole trip, but he had no second thoughts about it. Harry was actually glad about his father accompanying him on this journey. It meant that his father still cared for human beings, and other things aside Oscorp. Their progress was suddenly hindered by traffic, and Harry cursed under his breath. The more he stayed in the car, the more he seemed to be losing his mind. His mind was flooded with the images of Peter and Aunt May's lifeless bodies from his nightmares repeatedly. Harry was hyperventilating, and Norman noticed. Harry immediately brushed aside his father's concerns about him, as Peter and Aunt May's condition were almost more important things to him currently. The thought of joining forces with the Green Goblin that Harry had considered earlier was now rendered impossible. There was no way he would join forces with someone who almost killed his best friend and Aunt May. The only thing on Harry's mind now was for Green Goblin to die, and he needed vengeance. One thing bothered Harry, however. He was not sure if the Goblin knew his secret identity. He had caught a little bit of the Goblin's conversation with Jameson and the photographer, Eddie. And he knew that the Goblin at the time had no clue about who he was. Maybe he had found out some other way. Harry pondered, because there was no way the attack on Peter and Aunt May was a coincidence. Harry also noted the fact that the Goblin seemed to attack members of Oscorp, and Peter had recently been hired by his father Norman. Harry's thoughts and theories threatened to drive him to the edge as he deduced that if the Green Goblin knew his secret identity and was going after the people he loved, or if he was just attacking Oscorp workers, it meant that his father Norman was not safe. Harry stared at his father, who was looking out the window in horror and panic as he arrived at his destination. He knew that their father-son relationship was strained, but he would never forgive himself if anything happened to Norman. Harry then decided to stand watch over Norman at all times. That way, the Green Goblin would not get to him. What of Mary Jane? Harry asked himself. As Harry pondered on what he would do about Mary Jane, the limo arrived at the hospital, and he cleared his mind of all of the dark thoughts, as his top priority now was the welfare of Peter and Aunt May. Harry quickly pushed open the door of the limo and sprinted inside the hospital, along with his father. Harry smiled as he realized that he was getting a hang of his powers. He knew that if it were before, he would have broken the door of the limo when he pushed it open because of his anxiety. Harry took 4 steps in a single stride until he reached the doors of the hospital, ditching his father at the bottom. His appearance and speed altered the security men, and they arose to stop him. But when they saw his face, they quickly ran away. What was that about? Norman inquired. Harry was a bit startled, as if Norman had materialized right from the air. Harry was pretty sure he left him at the bottom of the stairs a few seconds ago. Harry quickly waved the question aside, as he was not ready to narrate to his father that the guards were the ones he had beaten to a pulp that day, and maybe he would discover his powers. Harry and his father Norman rapidly made their way into the hospital. They bursted through the doors and immediately made their way to the front desk, but they experienced some difficulties with the new reception. The nurse on duty smirked when she saw Norman and his son approaching her table. She remembered how she had gotten threatened on her job, allowing a patient, Harry, to escape on her watch. She also remembered how rude Norman was to her. She quickly thanked her stars and karma for providing her with an opportunity for payback. She delayed them and bombarded them with unnecessary paperwork and questions. She felt good, but started having empathy as the fear and concern Harry had for his friend was evident on her face. She decided to call it a day and let them through, but quickly changed her mind because of Norman's next action. Norman snapped at her, and he ensured that he used a lot of profanities. He started creating a scene, and the attention of the entire hospital was being drawn over to the front desk. Her doctor quickly came over to address the issue. Within minutes, the problems were solved, and Norman and Harry were let through to see Peter and Aunt May. The doctor signed in disgust and cursed under his breath. That was the first time the nurse had heard him curse. They went on to criticize Norman and Harry and how they seemed to always bring a truckload of problems to their hospital. The nurse was elated at this was the first time she had a real conversation with them. What happened left her dumbfounded. The doctor asked her out to dinner for them to talk more, collected her contact, and then left. It took some time for the nurse to recover from the shock, but when she did, the words that came from her mouth was, "Thank you, Norman." After sorting the technicalities, Harry and Norman were finally allowed to see Peter and Aunt May. They were all still agitated by the incident at the front desk, but Harry decided that it would do no good to Peter and Aunt May if they saw him in this mood, so he calmed down. Currently, they were in the hallway being led by a nurse in their wards. Harry wished that she would walk faster, but he did not say it out loud. He knew that he was walking on thin ice in the hospital, and did not want to risk being thrown out without seeing Peter and May. Finally, the nurse stopped and pointed at the ward. As the ward containing Peter and May, Harry quickly rushed inside. He brushed the nurse's shoulders in the process, but he did not really care. All that was on his mind was Peter and May. When Harry walked into the room, his heart immediately shattered. He was heartbroken by the sight, and even Norman was grimaced in pain. Aunt May and Peter were currently unconscious. Their bodies were heavily bandaged and connected to a life support machine. Harry's heart was filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, he was grateful that Peter and Aunt May were still alive. On the other hand, he was petrified at the level of damage and harm Green Goblin had done to them. Harry knew that if he saw Green Goblin now, he would do everything in his power to kill him. Harry then noticed Mary Jane standing by Peter's side while holding his hand. The memory of their kissing passed his mind, and he got mad at himself for thinking of such things when the life of his best friend was at stake. Harry hesitated at the door before he decided to go and meet Peter and Aunt May. He quickly gathered his courage and was ready to step in. Norman stood at the back of Harry, and he also took in the scene. Everything was going according to plan. A voice associated with a cackle said in his head, "It was time for phase 2. The Green Goblin decided as he grinned. He took one last look at the scene with Peter and Aunt May gravely injured and bruised. The scene had almost caused him to feel empathy, but instead, he found everything amusing. He just felt pity for Peter and May. Goblin knew that there was nothing he could use to blackmail his son, Spider-Man, to join forces with him, except the people he loved. For the greater good, sacrifices must be made. Norman decided as he immediately smiled and left without alerting Harry. Goblin was still shocked at the fact that his own son Harry was Spider-Man, but he would use it to his advantage. He let out a little laughter as he left to initiate phase 2 of his plan. It came in as a surprise to Harry when he turned to confront his father, and he was nowhere to be found. Harry was filled with anger. He was about to enter the hospital room when he turned to ensure his father had his back, and he discovered that he had vanished. Last time it was the dinner, now this. Harry said in anger. Harry knew his dad was a busy man, but that did not mean that he should have little empathy. Harry was sure that his dad left because something about the company, and the thought fueled his anger. Harry yelled and looked at both ways of the hall, but his dad Norman had apparently disappeared. Harry still could not believe it. Sometimes he wondered if his father loved the company more than him. Mary Jane had been alerted of Harry's presence by a scream as she was lost in her thoughts. While she was at Peter's side, she wondered what could have upset him to the point of anger, and she quickly stood to pacify him. Harry rushed into the room, but before he would go on a rampage, Mary Jane calmed him down and reminded him that they were in the hospital. She told him to sit down with her and explain everything. Harry was much more calmer. Mary Jane seemed to have that effect on him. He realized Harry quickly focused and told Mary Jane about his father's absurd disappearance. As Harry narrated the incident to Mary Jane, he found out that he felt better telling it to her. Mary Jane did all she could to calm him down, and it worked. Harry then turned his attention to Peter and Aunt May. It was a horrible sight. Harry wondered if they would ever recover and get to live their normal lives. He also wondered if Green Goblin had any sense of morality or a conscience. The injuries he saw on Peter and Aunt May's bodies told Harry that he did not. Harry was suddenly plagued by guilt. He had been the cause of Peter's uncle's death, and now he felt that the Green Goblin incident was somehow connected to him. Harry decided that if he could do at least one good thing for Peter as a friend, it would be to track down and end Green Goblin once and for all. That's the least I can do for him, Harry thought, as he was drowning in his own sorrow. Harry decided that he would do just that. He would find and end Goblin once and for all. Harry was quickly pulled out of his thoughts by Mary Jane, who attempted to take Harry's hand. Harry had felt a jolt of electricity when their hands had brushed together, and he did not think that it was just him. Harry had quickly escaped her grasp, as he was angered by her action. He immediately told her to cut it out as he stood up. Harry was looking at her, and he was filled with mixed emotions, as memories of the upside-down kiss under the rain came flooding back with a full force. He was also plagued with emotions of guilt, as he felt that he was cheating with his best friend's girlfriend. Mary Jane must have detected an inviting emotion on his face as she attempted to hold his hand again, and this time, Harry let her have it. He yelled at her, asking her how she could do something like that while Peter was in a bad state. Mary Jane attempted to defend herself, but Harry would not let her have it. He stated that his actions was to let them, both Mary Jane and Peter, to be in a relationship. "You chose your part, and I am not interested," Harry said. This statement almost drove Mary Jane to tears, and Harry instinctively reached out to comfort her, but he held himself back. He could not allow his emotions to get the best of him. This was neither the place or the time. Harry announced to Mary Jane that he was going to call his father as he picked up his phone. Peter woke up, and the first sight he saw was Harry leaving the room. When he scanned his surroundings, he discovered that Mary Jane was seated at his side, and he was quietly sobbing. Peter was actually touched as he started regretting following Norman's instructions and dumping Mary Jane. Mary Jane had not done anything evil to him, and even now, she was the only person at his side on his hospital bed. He prayed that she would find a man deserving of her, as Peter knew that he did not deserve her. Peter cleared his throat, and this alerted MJ for his consciousness. MJ quickly ran to call in the doctors to commence their checkup on him. Peter felt sore everywhere, and even when the doctors checked his vitals and assured him that he would be back to normal in no time, he was still doubtful. Peter had discovered that Aunt May was in the same hospital room with him, and when he turned his neck to look at her, amidst the difficulties and pains for his casting, he was petrified. The events of the incident were still sharp in Peter's mind, and he grimaced in pain at every punch delivered to him in the memory. The worst of all was the cackle of Green Goblin, as he delivered the beating to both him and May. Peter had felt so helpless, and he vowed to himself as he looked Aunt May in the eyes that he would never be helpless again. Peter knew that he would not have to recover from the shock. If Aunt May had died, he had lost Uncle Ben, so he could not lose Aunt May. As Peter remembered Uncle Ben's death, he remembered Spider-Man, and he grinded his teeth. Spider-Man and Green Goblin are partners, Peter thought. Peter figured that it would make a lot of sense, as he had also seen it in Jameson's paper a few days ago. What Peter did not understand was why both Spider-Man and Green Goblin seemed to be interested in making his life a living hell. Peter was brought out of his thoughts by Mary Jane. She informed him that policemen were waiting outside to take his statement concerning the incident that had happened to him and his aunt. After Peter had considered it for a moment, he told Mary Jane to let them in. There were two policemen and they walked in briskly towards Peter Parker. The policemen wasted no time in bombarding Peter with questions, and Peter did not hold anything back. Peter told them everything. Parker also told them about the theory he had about Spider-Man and Green Goblin working together to make his life miserable, and it seemed to have piqued the police's interest. After several minutes of questioning, the policemen seemed satisfied with the reports and walked out of Peter's room, after thanking him for his cooperation. Peter was now left alone with a conscious Mary Jane and an unconscious Aunt May. Even as Peter's eyelids grew heavy, probably because of the drugs that he had just been administered to him by a nurse, he remembered Mary Jane. As he dozed off, Peter looked at her in the eye and said, "I'm sorry." Mary Jane was taken aback, and before she could even get a chance to reply, Peter had a loud snore, and it filled the room. Norman Osborn had gotten into his limo right after he sneaked away from Harry. He had noticed that the nurse at the front desk seemed happy to see him, but he paid her no mind. He had plans he needed to carry out. The limo had taken off, and Norman looked at his reflection in the window of the car. But his reflection did not just stare back at him like normal people's reflections. Norman was far from normal, and his reflection talked to him. Norman was having a conversation with himself, the Green Goblin. Norman was trying to distinguish him from his line of action. The sight of Peter and Aunt May had brought on grief on Norman and had made him feel guilty, even though he knew he was not responsible for the event. The realization that the tragic events that happened at Quest Aerospace and his board members were connected to him, it did not surprise Norman. Right after he had injected the superhuman serum, he had been hearing strange voices. Norman remembered blacking out and walking up at home during the time the tragic events took place. Even then, he knew that he was responsible, but did not want to admit it. Then, his alter ego, Green Goblin, came out openly to him, and everything was now clear to him. Norman was currently engaged in a back and forth with his reflection, Green Goblin. He knew of his plans, and it did not sit well with his morale. Green Goblin paid him little attention as he talked about a missing piece in his grand plan. Suddenly, Bernard turned back and asked Norman if he was okay. Bernard had been observing Norman talking to himself in the mirror, and even though it creeped him out, he blamed it on stress. Norman had been a good boss to him, and more importantly, he was a good man. Bernard had noticed the changes in Norman's behavior. but he all attributed it to the immense pressure he was facing from his workplace. Norman sharply turned his head to snap at Bernard for interrupting him, but when he caught sight of Bernard, he slowly smiled. The smile creeped Bernard out. "I am okay now," Norman said in a strange voice. Bernard nodded his head and faced the road. What Bernard did not know was that it was not Norman that had spoke. It was Green Goblin, and he had just figured out the last piece to his puzzle. Harry's father's line was not going through. At first, Harry played it off as normal, but then he repeated calling him, and now as he tried again for the 10th time, he knew something was wrong. Harry hoped that his worst fears were not coming to pass. He hoped that Green Goblin had not gotten to his father too. As Harry tried his father's line again, for the 11th time, the line was answered, and Harry gave it a sign of relief. All his fears were suddenly squished. Harry suddenly remembered why he had called his father, and he assumed an angry tone as he called his father, Norman, for leaving the hospital without seeing Peter and May, and without alerting him. When Harry finished ranting into the phone, he discovered that something was not right. Norman had said nothing. Now that Harry thought of it, his heart started pounding, and his deepest fears were suddenly confirmed. Would Spider-Man come out to play one last time? Green Goblin said with a cackle from the other line. Harry quickly demanded to know where his father was, and he threatened to destroy Green Goblin if he hurt a hair on Norman's body. Green Goblin's response to this was pure amusement as he let out his maniacal laughter. Green Goblin told Harry that his father was tied up somewhere, but he would not be safe for long. The information threw Harry into full panic mode. He could not lose his father too. Harry poured out threats at Green Goblin, but all he got was silence from the other end of the line. Suddenly, Harry heard a shrill scream, his father's scream, that seemed to quiet down Harry. The Green Goblin laughed and told Harry to meet him on the bridge. He directed Harry on his location. "Do not be late, or your father would be late," Green Goblin told him, even as he laughed as his own sick joke. After the laughter died down, Green Goblin immediately hung up the call. Harry immediately leaned on the wall and slid to the floor. He did not know what to do. Harry was so distressed and a million thoughts were running through his head. He was now sure that Green Goblin knew who he was. It could not just be a coincidence that Peter and Aunt May were attacked, and now his father was kept in custody. It sent chills down Harry's spine to know that the Green Goblin had knowledge of who he was. But Harry was still confused. Why did the Green Goblin attack those he loved? And why did he not just come for him directly? Were the questions Harry asked himself. He wondered why the Green Goblin had kept his father as a hostage too. To use him as bait was the response that came to Harry's mind. Harry knew he had to be careful because he did not know what Green Goblin had planned for him, or Norman. All the anger that Harry had felt when he discovered that his father had abruptly left was now replaced with guilt. He had been blaming his father for something that was his own fault. Harry reasoned that no harm would come to the people he loved in the first place if he had not assumed the role of Spider-Man or gotten the powers in the first place. Harry suddenly remembered Mary Jane as one of his loved ones and reasoned that the Green Goblin could also come for her. Harry quickly moved to warn her from going anywhere as he did not want any harm to come to her. As Harry entered the hospital room, he found Mary Jane stroking Peter's face, and even though he did not want to admit it, he felt a surge of jealousy. Harry quickly pushed down his emotions and cleared his throat to let Mary Jane know he was in the room. MJ turned, and when she noticed it was Harry, she went back to stroking Peter's face while paying Harry no attention. Her actions for some reason amused and hurted Harry, but the latter was greater than the former. Harry told her not to leave the hospital until he gives her a go-ahead. Harry's words seemed to have triggered something in her as she snapped back at him. MJ told Harry that he doesn't have to decide for her. Harry readied himself as he knew that MJ was about to unleash on him, but he was saved. Peter stirred and opened his eyes, and that seemed to make MJ swallow all she was about to say. Mary Jane looked at Harry with venom in her eyes, sending him a clear message they were not done with their discussion. Peter scanned the room, and when his attention fell on Harry, he smiled. Peter started to speak, but his words were all mumbled, and his eyes started to close again, as a result of the sedatives administered to him. Harry quickly closed the space between them, and he held Peter by his hand. "Do not worry, I'll take care of everything. I will make it all end," Harry whispered to Peter. Peter's smile grew wider as he finally closed his eyes and drifted into unconsciousness. "Please, I am begging you, for your safety, listen to me. Do not leave this hospital for now," Harry said as he turned and looked at Mary Jane. They maintained eye contact for a few seconds longer than usual, and Harry abruptly broke it off. "You have chosen your path," Mary Jane said to Harry, even as he ran out of the room. For a moment later, Harry was out of the hospital doors, and currently sprinting out to an abandoned alleyway. Green Goblin was at the bridge, waiting and anticipating for his son, Spider-Man. Phase 2 of his plan had gone perfectly, and he was for sure Harry did not suspect anything. As Green Goblin stared down at the city, he drifted into memory lane. He remembered how he had been excited when he had discovered that there was someone like him, somebody with powers, Spider-Man. Green Goblin had wanted to join forces with Spider-Man. Together, they would have been unstoppable. They would have ruled the world. Green Goblin also remembered how his excitement had died down and was replaced with fury when Spider-Man declined his offer. He hated it when people told him no, or went against his will. "All of the people who ever told me no, or went against me in any way, are dead," Green Goblin said as he cackled to himself. The memory of Quest Aerospace and all of his ungrateful board members popped into his mind, and it seemed to amuse him more. Green Goblin remembered how furious he was, and how he had caused the fire to get into Spider-Man's attention. He remembered the ensuing battle, and how he had wounded Spider-Man's hand in the process with his knife. The surprise Green Goblin had felt when he saw the same injury on Harry's hand was priceless. It was as if all of the pieces of the puzzle were now very vivid. Everything made sense. Harry's abrupt disappearances and character changes made perfect sense to him. The only place Norman had a problem was in making Harry to join him, but he had carefully drafted a plan, and now he was confident that Harry would succumb to his plans. Time was ticking, and Spider-Man had not yet arrived. Green Goblin knew that Harry could not possibly leave his father to die, so he quickly moved into position as he brushed aside every thought of doubt. Green Goblin knew that Harry would not risk his father dying because he was weak, because he had love. Green Goblin quickly spotted Harry swinging towards the bridge from afar, and he smiled beneath his mask. "Here comes our hero," he said mockingly, as his cackle filled the night. Green Goblin quickly stepped onto his glider and went on to bomb several parts of the Roosevelt Bridge. The shouts and screams of the people down below were like music to his ears. Even from afar, Green Goblin could make out the expression of utter disbelief and fear in Harry's face, even though it was covered by his mask. Time for Spider-Man to come out to play one last time. Green Goblin snickered. The horror in Harry's eyes could not convey the emotions he felt after he witnessed Green Goblin's act of bombing the bridge. He almost regretted his heroic action at the alleyway. He quickly reminisced his actions as he increased his speed to catch up to the goblin. Harry had sprinted out of the hospital into an abandoned alleyway to change into his costume. When Harry had stripped himself of his regular clothes and webbed them somewhere safe, he heard a cry of pain and despair. When Harry had looked closely, he discovered that thugs were beating up a middle-aged man. They kicked and punched him, while the man laid spiraled on the floor, asking for mercy. The thugs were unrelenting as one of them brought out a pocket knife and flashed it to the man. From what Harry noticed, it seemed like the man had pissed the other thug off. The next statement that came out of his mouth of the apparent leader of the thugs seemed to confirm Harry's suspicions. The man had interfered when they had tried to rob somebody for money. "You think you're a hero. You think you're Spider-Man." The thugs spat at the man mockingly, as one of them with their pocket knife brought his weapon dangerously close to the man's face. Spider-Man knew that he had to do something, and the clock was ticking. Harry had immediately donned his Spider-Man mask and was about to go to save the man when he remembered that he also had to save his father. Time was ticking, and Harry was left in a dilemma. Harry quickly assessed the situation and decided that he could not let his father die, so he immediately swung away from the alleyway, undetected by the thugs. Suddenly, while in midair, Harry was plagued by guilt, so he immediately changed the direction of his swinging and flew in with a kick to save the man. Harry's first kick was targeted at the thug with the pocket knife, and he was quickly knocked out cold. Spider-Man quickly analyzed the situation and discovered that the thugs had 5 members, including the leader. Spider-Man had just taken care of 4 thugs, and as he had just knocked out one of them with the picker knife earlier on. The thugs had been initially scared to see Spider-Man, but after a few seconds they regained their composition and attacked. Harry was disappointed. If they had all just fled earlier, he wouldn't have the trouble to kick the shit out of them. Harry's spider sense alerted him as a thug approached him from behind with a pipe, and he picked it up. Harry hesitated until the last second, then he ducked, causing the man's swing to go wild. While Harry was at the floor, he swept the man's feet from under him. While the man was in midair, falling, Spider-Man hurled, planting both of his feet on his chest, which sent him flying to the ground. The thug was knocked out by impact. Spider-Man had snagged the metal pipe from the thug's hand while he was on his way to collide with the wall, and he swung it now to hit a thug on his far right who was getting ideas. The thug crumpled to the floor instantly. The 2 other thugs stared at themselves in confusion. The leader signaled to the other thug to rush Spider-Man together, and he rushed at Spider-Man. But he rushed alone. The other thug remembered that he had been too afraid, and he had hesitated. The scene amused Harry, but he did not have time to laugh. The thug leader was about 6 feet tall, and he had bulging muscles. The leader had picked up the pocket knife, and he was fast for his size. The leader was already in striking position within seconds, and he struck at Spider-Man's neck. Spider-Man did a backflip and landed on the wall of the alleyway. Harry thanked God for his quick reflexes because he knew that if he had been a few seconds slower, he would have been a goner. He also made a side note to never underestimate the speed of huge men. The thug leader was feeling really confident and he laughed. But because of decades of smoking and drinking, his laugh came out of a sort of cackle, and Spider-Man remembered the Green Goblin. Time for the fun to be over. Harry called out to the thugs as he struggled to control his rage. Spider-Man shot a web and it engulfed the thug's leader, and making the knife useless. Spider-Man then shot another web which engulfed his other hand. Spider-Man then went on as a spree, and within seconds the thug leader was now engulfed by the webs. The only part of the thug was his mouth that was not covered, and the thug made good use of it by calling Spider-Man all sorts of names, and he was not picky about his choice of words. Spider-Man shot another web, and it engulfed his mouth, shutting him off. Spider-Man scanned the area and he discovered that all that was left was 1 thug member, and the man being beaten. The thug was quivering at his knees, and Spider-Man would have actually laughed if he was not on a deadline concerning his father. Spider-Man put fear into the thug as he walked up towards him, and the thug immediately passed out. Spider-Man was cautious, but he checked the man's pulse and discovered that he was still alive. He had fainted. Spider-Man shaked his disbelief and looked at the thug leader, who shook his head in disappointment. Spider-Man cleared the area and webbed all of the thugs to the wall, keeping them safe for the police. The victim had gone off to the hospital to treat his bruises and a possible concussion. There was no time to waste, as Harry had swung off to save his father. That was one of the hardest things about being Spider-Man, Harry thought. He could not see a crime being committed and turn a blind eye to it. Ever since Uncle Ben's death, that Harry blamed himself for every day, he had never turned a blind eye to crime. Harry was extra careful to pay no mind to what had happened below him in the city. As he swung to confront Green Goblin, he had never swung that fast in his life. Harry landed on the bridge and analyzed the extent of the damage Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs had done to the bridge. On a scale of 1 to 10, Harry would have given it 100. If it was only luck that the bridge had not collapsed and killed so many people, Spider-Man concluded. Harry had not even finished his thoughts when some heavy metal beams started falling from the bridge, and several people were inadvertently going to get crushed. Spider-Man leaped into action and snagged a particular old woman from harm's way. He used the momentum he got and dove into another man, pushing both of them from the particularly fast falling metal beam. Harry scanned the area and discovered a huge metal beam heading towards a cop who stood frozen like a deer caught in headlights. Spider-Man shot out his webs and caught on to the beam, then pulled it away. The beam landed few inches from the policeman, who stood frozen in shock. The beams had stopped falling and Harry was agitated. He was sick of Green Goblin's games. The Goblin had made this personal by going after the people he loved, and Harry did not trust himself on what he would do when he got his hands on him. Harry knew that the Goblin knew his secret identity, but now a thought came in his mind that his father Norman might also know. Harry's fist tightened at the realization. Harry wanted to believe on the slim chance that his dad would be kept in the dark about his Spider-Man identity, but he knew it was not possible. Harry had started to study Green Goblin, and telling Norman that his son was Spider-Man was not far-fetched from what he would do. Harry had gotten to know Green Goblin as a mindless freak with no morals, and that was not what scared him the most. Green Goblin had no morals or standards. It meant that there was nothing he could not do, and it creeped the hell out of Spider-Man. Harry's thoughts quickly motivated him to find and destroy Green Goblin and get his father back, with the slim chance and possibility that he did not know his secret identity. Harry scanned the crowd, but he could not spot the Green Goblin in the mist of the smoke and debris. Then he heard it, Green Goblin's cackle. Harry then swung off in search of Green Goblin by following the direction of his cackle. "This ends now," he said. Bernard woke up gradually, and when he was fully awake, he was confused. Bernard did not remember taking a nap. The last thing he remembered was having a conversation with Norman, whose smile had freaked him out. Aside from that, Bernard just remembered looking out to the road, and he vaguely remembered a faint smell of smoke or gas as he was in the front, and everything went black. Bernard shrugged off all of his questions and tried to get his bearings. Bernard took a few steps around, and even though he did not know much, he knew he was not at Norman's residence. He felt a rush of wind on his face, and a thought told him not to take a step further, and he didn't. He slowly scanned his surroundings, and then slowly the realization came to him. He was on top of the bridge. Bernard screamed in shock. Everything made perfect sense. The view, the wind, and his surroundings. Bernard had 1,000 questions to ask, but he did not have anyone to direct the questions, as he was just left bewildered. Suddenly, something flew past him with mocking laughter, but Bernard could not get a good look at it because it was dark and the thing flew at an incredible speed. Bernard only knew that what flew past him was the Green Goblin, and that its laughter gave him the creeps. The creature flew past Bernard again, but this time, slowly, and all blood drained completely from his face. The creature was Green Goblin. Bernard had gotten sight of it from the news stations and papers, but he had never dreamt of getting to meet him face to face, with the Goblin even in his worst nightmares. The Goblin took a few seconds to size him up, but for Bernard it was hours. The way the Goblin looked him over was as if he was considering if he would be a fit for a particular dangerous experiment, and Bernard did not like one bit of it. Bernard summoned up the courage to talk to the Goblin, to demand for his release, but before he opened his mouth to say a word, Green Goblin zoomed off, leaving Bernard stranded top of the Roosevelt Bridge. The Green Goblin glided past a suspended Roosevelt Island trainway, car full of kids. He quickly assessed the area, and then he blew up the base of the bridge, causing a lot of screams of shock, fear, and utter disbelief by the children in the trainway car and their parents below. Green Goblin felt indifferent to their screams and shouts as he waited for his intentions to finally pan out. He knew that Spider-Man was already on his tail, and that he would have to act fast. The car's suspension line broke, and he started plummeting towards the river below, causing the Green Goblin to smile. That was his intentions all along. Green Goblin grabbed the train car and broke its fall as he went to retrieve Bernard. Everything is in place, Green Goblin said, as he saw Spider-Man arrive to face him. Harry could not mistake his cackle for another person's. It was simply demonic. Harry heard the maniacal purring of his glider in the sky, and he looked up, and sure enough, Green Goblin was above him. But he was not alone. Harry was petrified with what he had saw. Green Goblin was standing on the bridge, and he had a ton of people in one hand, and shockingly, he had Bernard in another hand. Harry had dark thoughts about what Green Goblin wanted to do, and he desperately prayed that his thoughts would not turn into reality. Harry's prayers were not answered. The goblin laughed in Harry's face. He taunted Harry about being on his high moral horse, and told him that he wanted to test his level of morality. Green Goblin told Harry that he would give him two choices: to save someone he cared about, or a group of innocent people. Harry was in utter disbelief. He knew what Green Goblin intended to do, but the realization that he was actually going to do it left Harry petrified, as he did not know what to do. Harry was still in shock to see Bernard in the clutches of the goblin, but he pushed everything aside, and Harry also pushed aside the question he had about the whereabouts of his father. He had to deal with the situation at hand first, he told himself, as he positioned himself in his readiness for Green Goblin's diabolical scheme. For a few moments, nothing happened. It was as if Green Goblin had a change of heart. Maybe he still had good in him and love in him after all, Harry said in his mind, as he hoped Green Goblin would not go through with the scheme. Harry was wrong. With a manic cackle, Green Goblin let go of the car, with kids in it and Bernard simultaneously. Harry quickly sprung into action, going after Bernard first, and missed Green Goblin's taunts. Bernard was rapidly approaching the water, and he was saying his last prayers as his life flashed before his eyes. Bernard remembered that he had randomly read that hitting water at such height that he was falling was like impacting on solid concrete. Bernard was a few seconds from hitting the water, and he closed his eyes as he prepared for impact. Bernard waited for a few moments longer when the impact did not happen as expected. Bernard also felt a hand around his waist, and he also heard a faint whooshing sound. When Bernard could not contain the suspense any longer, he opened his eyes and saw Spider-Man holding onto him as he made his way to the tram car. Bernard was confused. He had expected Spider-Man to save the innocent kids instead of himself. But he didn't know that he was a loved one to Harry. Spider-Man increased his speed and applied more effort to reach the tram car on time, but it did not pay out. Spider-Man did not reach the tram car, and the children almost fell to their deaths. But Spider-Man caught onto the cable of the car as he simultaneously shot a web to the base of the bridge, and the children were saved for the meantime. The distance between the tram car and the water was still too wide for any of the children to jump from, and Spider-Man was currently being strained beyond his limits. His webs, which were attached to the base of the bridge, began to break because Bernard was still attached to him, and their combined weight, along with the tram car, was too much for his web to hold. Spider-Man told Bernard to climb down to the tram car, but was met with refusal. Harry then finally remembered that Bernard was afraid of heights. It took a lot of encouragement and motivation from Harry before Bernard started descending down to the tram car via its cable. A nearby ship started heading to Spider-Man's position to intercept the tram car, and Spider-Man was happy. Everything might turn out good after all, Harry said to himself. Then he heard the familiar but undesirable maniacal cackle and the maniacal whirling of Green Goblin's glider, and all of his hopes were crumbled. The Green Goblin flew past around in his glider as he assessed the situation. Harry's left hand was connected to the base of the bridge through his web, and his right hand was holding up the tram card from falling. This left Harry open to attack and defenseless. The Green Goblin was happy to oblige him. Green Goblin came at Spider-Man fast with a punch, and which dazed him. Spider-Man's grip on the tram car loosened a bit, and there was a collective gasp from the spectators below and the children in danger. Bernard, who was almost at the tram car, froze in fear. Spider-Man encouraged him to hurry before Green Goblin came back from another round, and he successfully made it to the tram car. Green Goblin came again and again at Spider-Man, with punches and beatings. His intention was to try and take out Spider-Man, or at least make him drop the tram car, and it seemed to be working. Spider-Man had tried fending him off before, but there was only so much fending off one could do without his two hands. Spider-Man seemed to be loosening consciousness, and his grip started loosening on the tram car. The ship had not yet reached the tram car to intercept its fall, and Spider-Man lost all hope. Only a miracle could save them now, and a miracle did save them. The people started helping Spider-Man. They came in with a metal pipe from the debris of the bridge and threw it at Green Goblin as he wanted to collide with Spider-Man again, and then swayed him off course, causing a miracle to happen. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. Green Goblin scanned the crowd in surprise for who threw the pipe, and suddenly the entire spectators started raining debris on Green Goblin. All of them had been motivated by one person. They could not just stand there and watch an innocent child die, or innocent people for that matter. You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. A member of a large crowd shouted out to Green Goblin. They continued hurling broken metal pipes at Green Goblin, and this kept him occupied. The ship, due to the distraction of Green Goblin by the crowd, has enough time to come into place to intercept the tram car. Spider-Man carefully lowers the car until the ship and the kids and Bernard are saved. The crowd cheered wildly for Spider-Man as he had saved their children. They called him a hero, and Green Goblin was mad about it. All his plans had shattered in his face. All of Green Goblin's actions was for the city to turn against Spider-Man. It would have shattered Harry's heart, and Harry would have joined forces with him. Green Goblin never expected that things would not go his way, and this made him rageful. Green Goblin quickly retreated to regroup. Peter Parker had woken up again at night, and he discovered that his ward television was on. He guessed that the nurses had forgotten to switch it off, but then he discovered that Mary Jane was still in the room. Peter felt a fresh wave of guilt for breaking things off between them, but he forgot all about it as he saw what was airing on the television: Spider-Man. Anytime Peter saw Spider-Man, his mood turned sour instantly. In the live airing, Spider-Man was holding a tram car with one hand while he stayed suspended in the air by his web. The Green Goblin had come to attack Spider-Man, and Peter had been darkly wishing that he would succeed in killing him. The news and the media could not fool Peter. He had already made up his mind that Spider-Man was the bad guy that deserved to be punished. The only media source that spoke the truth was the Daily Bugle. Peter thought that Green Goblin was working with Spider-Man and that all their fights were just a ploy to get the public on the side of Spider-Man. But he would not be fooled. Their intentions for their actions was what eluded Peter, but he considered all they did as an act. Peter held the rails of his beds and squeezed in anger as the crowd started supporting Spider-Man by stoning the Green Goblin. The bed rails were solid metal, and they were not affected by his actions. "Fools, you are falling for their tricks," Peter said in anger. When Spider-Man finally saved the children, and the crowd started hailing and cheering his name as their hero, Peter lost it and actually made a dent on the railing of his bed as he squeezed it in full anger. His action startled Mary Jane, but she calmed down when she noticed that it was just Peter. For some reason, that eluded Peter. Mary Jane was blushing, as if Peter had caught her in a situation. She quickly regained her composure and approached Peter. "Sorry for waking you up," Mary Jane said in a husky voice, as she switched off the television. MJ had been reminiscing on the fond memory of the kiss she had with Spider-Man while she was watching him in action, battling for his life. She had been a bit scared when the Green Goblin was clobbering him, but when he saved the kids and came out to safety, she signed a deep breath of relief. And that was when she heard the sound of a creaking metal bar that startled her. Mary Jane, for some reason, had been staying behind at the hospital because of Harry's pleas. She did not know why, but Harry sounded sincerely scared for her, and it made her stay. Something in his voice told her that he sincerely cared for her. Mary Jane instantly cleared her mind of all of her thoughts as she came to Peter. She asked him how he was feeling, and he made a joke about her now being a doctor, and they laughed about it. Peter appreciated Mary Jane for her efforts and told her to go home and rest because she deserved it. Peter's words actually made MJ realize how tired she was. She debated a little bit with Peter, and they came to an agreement. MJ decided to sleep on the chair in Peter's room without going home, as the warning of Harry was still vivid in her mind. Peter tried to sleep, but he could not. His mind was still fuming with rage at what he had seen on the news. He vowed that he would show the whole world the huge fraud that Spider-Man was. The words of Uncle Ben came back to him. With great power comes great responsibility, and they haunted him and his dreams throughout the night. Spider-Man landed at the ship and crumbled on its surface. The entire ordeal with the tram car and the Green Goblin had completely drained him of his energy. Harry just wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Suddenly, Harry remembered that he was not done. He had not seen his father Norman. Harry's body was completely energized, and he stood up to scan for the Green Goblin. As Harry scanned the sky, and environment in his eyes fell on Bernard. Bernard's eyes were coincidentally on Spider-Man 2. Both of them maintained eye contact for a while, before Spider-Man started moving towards them. Bernard did not appear phased or frightful. It was almost as if Bernard knew that Spider-Man was Harry Osborn. Harry asked Bernard for the location of Norman Osborn, his father, and Bernard stated that he did not know. This threw Harry off as expected. Harry thought that Green Goblin had captured both his father and Bernard. Harry asked Bernard for the location of Norman Osborn, his father, and Bernard stated that he did not know, putting his arm on his shoulder. This threw Harry off as expected. Bernard didn't know. Harry thought that Green Goblin had captured both his father and Bernard. Bernard was shocked at the revelation that Harry Osborn was indeed Spider-Man. Harry asked Bernard where he was keeping him captive, and Bernard pointed to the bridge. Bernard told Harry that he did not think his father was there, but it fell on deaf ears as Harry prepared to swing to the top of the bridge. What Bernard said next froze Harry in his tracks. "I think Norman is the Green Goblin," Bernard said. Harry was shocked at Bernard's lines of thinking. Harry felt betrayed and disgusted by his words. The Osborns had been particularly nice and kind to Bernard for all those years, and all of a sudden, he bit the hand that fed him. Harry's emotions clouded his rationality, as he did not even want to think his father was the Green Goblin all this while. He couldn't. Harry was about to lash out at Bernard, secret identity or not, when a spider sense exploded in his head, alerting him of danger, and he quickly sidestepped, but he was not fast enough. Harry felt a very sharp pain in his shoulder and cried out in agony. The Green Goblin had gotten a metal hook, and he was aiming it to impale Harry and kill him. Harry had sidestepped, so he caught onto his shoulder instead. Harry was crying out in agony, and the Green Goblin seemed pleased. Green Goblin used his glider, and it carried him and Harry, whose shoulders was still attached to the hook, off into the night sky, even as he cackled. There were gasps of horror and agony from below, and it also added to Green Goblin's joy. There were gasps from the people down below. The people had crowned Spider-Man as their hero, so he wondered what they would do when they discovered that their hero was no more. The Green Goblin discovered an abandoned warehouse where he threw Spider-Man into it. Spider-Man was thrown with so much force that he broke the walls of the building and fell to the ground inside. Spider-Man started crawling back up as he refused to be beaten again by the Goblin. The Goblin glided into the opening of the building made by Spider-Man's body. The Goblin sized up Harry and laughed mockingly at him. Green Goblin's laughter touched a nerve in Harry, and he attempted to throw a punch at him, but Harry stumbled and missed. Harry fell flat on his face at his second attempt at punching Green Goblin. Harry's body felt like it was on fire, and he was completely drained of strength. Harry's actions did not do anything to stop Green Goblin from laughing. If it did anything, it amused Green Goblin more, and he increased his mocking laughter. It was in Harry's head. He couldn't get it out of his head. It kept on coming at him. The laughter, the noises, everything was bombarding Harry to the point that he was going to break. Harry tried crawling up again, and Green Goblin was dismayed at how he would not just stay down and give up. But Harry thought of everything at that moment. Uncle Ben, Peter Parker, Mary Jane, Bernard, everybody in his life. Harry knew that he had to stand up for what was true, no matter what the cause. And he had to be Spider-Man. He had to be that hero now. The public viewed him as a hero, and he was going to stand up for what he believed in. Spider-Man and the Green Goblin traded punches, but it was more like the Green Goblin, the one attacking Spider-Man. Spider-Man was on the defense. Spider-Man slowed him down with a web, but Green Goblin made little work of it. The Green Goblin launched Spider-Man into a brick wall. Green Goblin then uncovered him from the debris, and Harry tried to shoot a web, but the Green Goblin stepped on his wrist. The Green Goblin told Spider-Man that it was over, mostly because he was so selfish. Spider-Man did not stop squirming, and the Goblin saw he still had fight and fire in him. He quickly thought of an evil scheme to douse out Harry in flames. With an evil grin in his eyes, Green Goblin broke Harry's spirit with his next statement. "Norman is dead," Green Goblin told Harry, mockingly, and the statement froze him. Harry took a few moments to process what Green Goblin had told him, and when he did, he immediately sprang at Green Goblin, but he missed. Green Goblin enjoyed the torture he was making Harry pass through. He was a little shaken at Harry's surprise attack, but he applied his quick reflexes, and he had glided out of harm's way. Green Goblin now eyed Harry to avoid being surprised again. "Where is my father?" Harry demanded in a broken voice. Green Goblin deduced that he was sobbing from voice, and it made his smile grow wider beneath his mask. "He is dead. I killed him," Green Goblin said with a cackle, as he easily dodged Harry's next punch because he had anticipated it. Green Goblin felt good toying with Harry, and he suddenly came up with a plan to increase his misery. Green Goblin circled around Harry in his glider, and he could hear him sobbing. Harry's heart was completely broken by what Green Goblin had told him. Harry was still in the first stage of grief, denial. Harry was in disbelief. "There was no way my father could be dead," Harry repeated in his head, as if to make it reality. What stopped Harry from believing his own thoughts was that the Green Goblin's words were actually rational. Green Goblin was capable of killing his father, and Harry knew that Goblin would do it without a second thought if given the chance. "I could not lose my father, I just can't," Harry cried out. This attracted more laughter from the Green Goblin, who told Harry what shattered was completely left of his heart. Green Goblin told Harry that he killed Norman alongside with Peter and Aunt May, his stupid aunt. Harry was blinded with grief. He could not believe that the Green Goblin could be so heartless to kill almost everyone that he had loved. Harry would not allow Green Goblin to go scot-free. He resolved as he started gathering his strength. Green Goblin was pleased with the sight that he saw, a broken Harry. Green Goblin figured that he had Harry now. Harry had no one again, as he presumed all of his loved ones were dead, and now he had to make his move. The motive for Green Goblin all along was for Harry to join his alliance with him. When Harry rejected his offer, he decided to take away all of his loved ones. The Green Goblin also figured that taking away his loved ones was not enough, so he decided to turn the people against him, but that did not work out well. Now Green Goblin figured that he had Harry in his clutches, and he decided that he should extend his offer to Harry again. Green Goblin stopped his cackling and came closer to Harry as he approached an understanding and empathetic demeanor. "You should have chosen a different path, and nobody would have died," Green Goblin told Harry softly. Harry paid him no mind, but Green Goblin continued and stretched his hand out to Harry. "It is not too late, Harry," Green Goblin said, as he told Spider-Man to join forces with him. It was the second time he was making the proposal, but Green Goblin was sure that Harry would not reject it this time. Harry looked at Goblin, and it surprised him. Harry told Green Goblin that he was going to pay for all he had done, and it made him mad with rage. The Goblin lost it, and he went all out on Harry. Harry had been trying to crawl back to his feet, but Green Goblin thwarted his efforts. Green Goblin punched Spider-Man over and over again. Goblin did not care about the amount of damage he did to Harry, as he was blinded by rage. Goblin just unleashed his entire rage on Harry. Nobody had told Goblin no and gotten to live, except Harry, who he had forgiven. Harry had now repeated the action, and he was not going to have it again. Green Goblin, in his rage, ripped Spider-Man's mask half off. The punches kept coming, and Harry's efforts to defend himself proved very futile. Green Goblin held Harry by his neck and punched him into a wall, breaking it into pieces. He used his head, smashing it over and over again. "You are weak. You've always been weak." Green Goblin sneered as he told Harry that love made him weak. Spider-Man crawled out of the hole and started attempting to stand up, and his actions unnerved Green Goblin. Green Goblin unlatched and threw a pumpkin bomb at Harry. Harry didn't have enough time to react, and it blew up in his face. The sight made Green Goblin smile. Harry deserved every punishment he was getting, in his opinion. Green Goblin saw the current state of Harry, and he was disgusted. Green Goblin said that once he finished Harry off, he would go after Peter, his aunt, and MJ. Harry had a roller coaster of emotions. First, he was glad to know that Peter and May were still alive, and it gave him hope. Goblin's statement also confirmed that his father was truly dead, and Harry was devastated. Harry gathered strength, and in the fact that Peter, May, and Mary Jane were still alive, I have to be strong for them. I have to save them. Harry motivated himself. Green Goblin kept taunting Harry about killing his loved ones, and Harry could not contain it any longer. "No," Harry said. He kept on repeating it as Green Goblin kept taunting him. Harry immediately stood up, and Green Goblin was dumbfounded. "Impossible," Green Goblin yelled in disbelief. He could not believe that after all he had done to Spider-Man, he still had the strength to stand. Green Goblin gritted his teeth and rushed at Harry to pounce on him. Harry immediately dodged his attacks by sidestepping. Green Goblin came back again for another attack, but Harry dodged it again. Goblin screamed in frustration and came in at full speed to Harry, but he was thwarted at every turn. Harry used his quick reflexes and acrobatic skills to dodge his attacks. Spider-Man immediately launched his arms into the Green Goblin's shoulders, and this caused him to fall to his knees. Discarding his glider, Spider-Man quickly went to work and offloaded multiple punches at Green Goblin's head, breaking a part of his helmet. Green Goblin lifted up his hands in a boxer's position to defend his head, but Spider-Man quickly webbed them together and continued his assault. Spider-Man did a backflip and kicked Goblin to his knee again. Green Goblin gathered enough strength and tore the web with his knife, while Spider-Man's attention was still on his face. Green Goblin was sneaky, and he used the knife in an attempt to stab Spider-Man's thigh, but he did not succeed. Spider-Man was alerted by a spider sense of Goblin's intentions, and he quickly held his hand with the knife. Green Goblin followed up immediately with a punch to Harry's gut, but it did not connect. Harry caught Goblin's other hand, and now he had a hold of his two hands. He squeezed them and used them as leverage to propel Goblin to a brick wall. Spider-Man then used his web to collapse the wall on top of the Green Goblin. Harry was grateful that they were in an abandoned building, as he could unleash any extent of damage on Goblin without fear of the safety of the civilians. Spider-Man slowly approached the debris as Goblin crawled his way out. The Goblin finally stumbled out and carried out a weak attempt to punch Harry with his right hand. Harry easily caught his right hand and his left hand too, as Goblin tried to follow up with an uppercut. Harry crushed Goblin's hands by squeezing them as hard as he could. The Goblin screamed in pain, and Harry immediately silenced him when he did a 360 roundhouse kick to the head that brought Green Goblin to his knees. Green Goblin was almost knocked unconscious, but The immense pain brought him back. Green Goblin's helmet was already half broken because of the brutal beatings and the headbutts he had been receiving. Harry could see from his partly hidden but vaguely familiar face that Green Goblin was in agony, but he did not care. Harry was in full rage mode because he believed Green Goblin had killed his father. Green Goblin pleaded with Harry, telling him to stop, but Harry persisted, crushing his hands even more. Harry told Green Goblin to stop pleading with him, because he deserved every pain and punishment that was inflicted on him. Green Goblin continued pleading with Harry, and something about his voice made Harry pause. The voice sounded familiar. Harry released Green Goblin's hands and looked into his half-broken mask again. Harry could not deny it again. He knew the face that was staring back at him. Harry could not contain his curiosity again, and ripped the Goblin's mask off of him, and what he saw shocked him to his core. Harry could not understand. Norman, his father, was staring back at him in the Green Goblin's suit. The words of Bernard came back, flying at Harry, but he still refused to believe it. Surely there was a logical explanation to this. Harry screamed within himself as he stood frozen to the spot he was in, speechless and shocked. How was this possible? Harry finally said to Norman, as he was still in disbelief. Norman looked up at Harry and discovered that he was in tears. "I'm sorry, son," was all Norman said. Norman's statement was not enough for Harry, and he screamed at him to explain all that had happened. "How could you do this?" Harry screamed at his dad, demanding for an explanation. "The Green Goblin did everything. I had nothing to do with it," Norman told Harry. Norman narrated the entire story to Harry, and it seemed like it started to sink in. Harry suddenly witnessed a change in the demeanor of Norman, and he had gotten cautious as the spider sense started alerting him. Norman then smiled and told Harry to take his hand and that they could rule the city together, father and son. Green Goblin painted a world where they could rule together. Norman told him that he could be president one day. They could all have the power in the world, Goblin told Harry, if he just took his hand and joined his alliance with him. Harry studied his father for a long time as he considered joining forces with him. "You have lost your mind," Harry told Green Goblin, as he realized that the man he was staring at was not his father. It was the Goblin. Harry's mind started working overtime as everything added up. It was now as if he now saw the entire pieces of the puzzle in play now. It suddenly made sense why his father had left the dinner at Peter's place in a hurry. He had discovered the wound on Harry's hand that he had inflicted on him at the burning house. It also made sense how Green Goblin was able to know his loved ones and go after them. It made Harry sick to his stomach that the man he came to rescue from the Green Goblin was actually the Goblin himself, and the person that actually nearly killed Peter and May. Harry did not want to think about the incident with Bernard in the tram car full of innocent kids. The only justification that Harry had to protect his father's dignity was the fact that Green Goblin controlled him, but it still hurt him like hell. Harry still looked at the image of his father controlled by Green Goblin, grinning with his hand raised for an alliance, and it broke him. Harry vowed that he would get help for his dad and get him back to normal no matter what the costs. Harry told Green Goblin that everything added up and made sense now. Green Goblin laughed at him manically, and it left Harry confused. "Can you add this up?" Green Goblin said, in between laughs as he programmed his glider into the air. Harry was left confused, but his spider sense went haywire. He quickly turned around and saw the glider coming towards him. Harry, with all of his efforts and might, took the glider with his two hands. He ripped the glider in half, and within rage, Harry stabbed Norman with the glider, impaling the glider through the brick wall. Norman's eyes lit up as he saw that his gut was bleeding everywhere. Norman gasped in surprise as he saw the glider sticking out of his stomach, and then he suddenly screamed in pain. As Harry screamed, you could hear the echoes from the city. Harry was equally in shock. "What have I done?" Harry said. Harry was stunned for two reasons. He could not believe that Green Goblin had tried to kill him, and he could not believe that his father was actually dying by his hand. This was not how everything was supposed to play out, Harry muttered to himself. Harry had planned to capture his father and get him professional help to cure him of the Green Goblin, but he had just impaled him and killed him. "You cannot die now," Harry screamed at his father. Norman's expression was that of pain, both physically and emotional pain. Blood and tears flowed freely from Norman's body as his life slowly left him. Both father and son looked at each other in tears. Norman started muttering something, and Harry had to lean closer to hear it. What Norman said was, "I'm sorry, son," were Norman's last words as he finally gave up his ghost by breathing his final breath. Harry stood fixed to the spot with his ears to Norman's mouth as he refused to believe his father was dead. Harry expected his father would come back to life and say something else to him. Harry hoped he would feel his father's breath on his neck again, but it never came. Norman was dead and gone. Harry finally let out a great cry of grief. Harry knew that no matter what, there was nothing he could have done. With all of his rage inside him, he couldn't contain himself. Harry kneeled down, sobbing as he looked into the goblin's mask. He then looked at his father's lifeless body and finally at his hands. Harry alternated looking at the three things for a while, before a sudden realization came to him. He had killed his own father. This realization broke Harry and he started crying profusely. "No, that was not my father. That was the goblin," Harry said to himself. This new thought gave Harry more resolution, and he dragged himself up from the floor and wiped off his tears. His action of wiping off his tears turned futile as fresh tears flowed from his eyes when he set his eyes on Norman's lifeless body again. Harry quickly and painfully tore his eyes away from Norman's body in search for his mask. He found it amidst the rubble and examined in the moonlight. Almost half of it was ripped off. It symbolized something to Harry. Even though he had won the battle, he was not complete. Harry wore his mask as he purged his mind from his thoughts, as he readied himself to do the necessary thing. Harry backed off into the wall and leaned onto it, as he tried to summon up enough courage to make contact with his father's body. A few moments later, Harry gathered up courage and he approached his father's body. Harry ripped off the glider from his father's body, and his body suddenly collapsed on the floor, lifeless. Harry still had a hard time wrapping his mind on the fact that his father was really dead. It took an extra ounce of courage for Harry to pick up his father's lifeless body. When Harry finally did, he immediately ran out of the building with the body and shot out a web in midair. Harry swung through the city to his residence. The journey through the city was not an easy one. The weight of an extra person alone would have been a burden to Harry, but when that person was his father's lifeless body, it really weighed down on him. Harry finally arrived at his residence and snuck inside with Norman's body through the window. Harry figured that Bernard would be home and he did not want to alert him of his presence. As Spider-Man tried his best to lay the lifeless body of Norman, Bernard suddenly bursted into the office. Harry was startled, but he did his best to lay Norman down, as gently as he could. Harry then quickly threw the mask of the goblin on the table, and he ran out of the room via the window as fast as he could, still in tears. Harry immediately started swinging to the alleyway where he kept his clothes. Bernard was beyond stunned at what he had just witnessed. He had his suspicions that Norman was the Green Goblin, and it had just confirmed it. Bernard had deduced that Norman had been the only one who dragged him into the bridge as a hostage, but he had enough sense to know that something was fundamentally wrong with Norman. Bernard remembered the smile Norman had given him at the limo, and it still sent chills down his spine. Even though Norman, the Green Goblin, Bernard was grieved to see him dead. The Osborns, especially Norman, had been very kind to him, and it broke his heart to see his lifeless body. Bernard stood without moving for a long time, before the wind suddenly caused the door to creak, and he was awoken from his thoughts. Bernard suddenly remembered that he needed to call the cops, and most importantly, Harry. Poor young Harry. I wonder how he would take this, Bernard muttered to himself. For some reason, Bernard was not getting any answer from Harry's phone, so he immediately called the cops. Once Bernard had finished speaking with the cop, Harry called Bernard and he swiftly picked up the phone. He told Harry to hurry home, as something drastic had taken place. Harry's voice had sounded weak when he told Bernard that he was on his way. Bernard knew that he was Spider-Man and played it off. He prayed that he was fine as he left the room to ready himself for the police. Harry felt devastated and his clothes told the story. When Harry had arrived at the alleyway for his clothes, he discovered that they had been pooped on by some animals. Harry figured that he might as well wear the clothes, as his life currently stuck. It had taken all the resistance in Harry's body not to tell Bernard that he already knew his father was dead. Harry did not know how long he was going to go through at night on the interrogations from the police, but he quickly prepared an alibi in his head. The hard part would not be saying that the alibi. The hard part would be pretending that he did not have any foreknowledge of his father's death. The hard part would be acting as if he did not kill his father. The taxi was almost at his house, and Harry could see the number of police cars lined up, and his heart skipped a beat. He was not sure that he could pretend to see all these people. Harry immediately calmed himself down by taking a deep breath, slow and steady breaths. By the time Harry was done, the cab had reached his residence. Immediately, Harry stepped out of the vehicle and Bernard spotted him and came running towards him, even as if policemen filled in their house. Harry quickly paid off the cabman before Bernard arrived. "What's going on?" Harry asked. Frightened. Why are there policemen everywhere? Bernard was heartbroken to see Harry in such a confused state, and he quickly narrated to him what had happened. Bernard told Harry everything he already knew. Bernard told Harry about Norman being dead, but he didn't tell him that Spider-Man dropped off his lifeless body in the house. Harry's anger and rage, worthy of an award in his opinion, and several police officers came to calm him down, but he made all their attempts seem futile as he broke down in tears. Harry's tears were actually not fake. He cried for his father because he had loved him. Even though their relationship had been different and strained, Harry knew that he had this mutual love, but now it was gone. Harry knew that he would not get to see his father again, and he cried his heart out and nobody could counsel him. Harry could not sleep that night. The events of the day kept playing in the back of his head, and it kept sleep away from him. Harry had been taken up in his room when the police officers could not stop him from crying. They had also postponed the talking in his own statement, as they saw that he was not emotionally fit for it. Harry kept playing back each scenario, and he kept wondering what he could have done differently to save his father. Harry figured that if he had joined forces with the Green Goblin, then his father would still be alive. That was the Green Goblin, not Norman, his brain reminded him. Harry just wished it could all go away. He wished that he could turn back the hand of time and stop his father, Norman, from injecting himself with the Goblin Serum, even if it meant losing his spider powers. The door creaked and Bernard entered, startling Harry. Bernard immediately calmed him down and asked if he could not sleep too, and Harry nodded his head. In the affirmative, Bernard drew closer to Harry's bed and he sat down at the edge. Norman Osborn was a good man, Bernard stated to Harry, as he went on to praise his father for his good and kind attributes. Bernard had narrated to Harry how Norman had been good to him, and how he had ensured that Harry was always okay in his little ways. Even though Bernard's words eased a little of Harry's pain, he was still curious about why Bernard had come to visit him. When Bernard continued praising Norman for his good qualities for some time, Harry stopped him and told him to go straight to the point. "What is the main reason for you coming here?" Harry had asked Bernard. The floor suddenly seemed like a good place for sightseeing as Bernard averted his gaze from Harry and looked downwards. Suddenly Bernard heaved a deep sigh and looked straight at Harry in the eyes. "I just want you to know that nobody is perfect," Bernard said. "Your father was a good man, but during his last few days, he had some complications." Harry knew that Bernard was talking about his father being the Green Goblin, but he had to play along to protect his secret identity. Bernard had beckoned on Harry to follow him, and he did. Bernard led him to a secret cabinet, and he did not know that it existed in his home. Inside the secret room, the bloodied armor and the broken mask of the Green Goblin laid there. Harry gasped in surprise as he moved to inspect the armor. Bernard then narrated the entire story to Harry. Bernard knew that Harry was Spider-Man, but he didn't really want to say anything. Bernard had quickly and carefully removed the armor from Norman before the police arrived. Fortunately, Norman was wearing clothes underneath the armor, and Bernard had done a clean job that left no trace. By the time the police officers had arrived, Bernard had stowed the Green Goblin's mask and the armor in the secret cabinet. Bernard then proceeded to tell the officers a different story, and he knew that Harry was Spider-Man, that he had dropped off Norman's body before fleeing, without adding the whole Green Goblin incident. Harry was shocked, and it was breaking him inside. Harry just wished that he could tell Bernard the full truth, that he was Spider-Man, that he was the one that killed his own father. Harry demanded that Bernard told him everything he saw when Spider-Man came in, and Bernard complied. Harry heaved a sigh of relief within himself, as he discovered from Bernard's story that his secret identity wasn't hidden anymore. Bernard had stated that even though half of Spider-Man's mask was missing, he could not see a thing because it was very dark. It was as if Bernard knew that Harry was Spider-Man, but he didn't want to admit that he knew it. Harry demanded that Bernard left him alone to his own thoughts, and Bernard complied. Harry did not let a sour ending destroy the sweet taste of wonderful memories you have with him. Bernard said as he departed, something broke inside Harry as a result of Bernard's statement, and he cried fresh tears. The whole scenario, him holding and touching his father's mask and armor again, made the memories more vivid in his mind. It was as if he was on the abandoned building again, seeing his father being impaled by his hands over again. Harry could not bear it, so he ran out of the secret cabinet to his room. Harry was grateful that Bernard did not spill that Norman was Green Goblin. He could not imagine the repercussions that would have followed on him, and even Oscorp. The relatives of the people killed by Green Goblin would have been on his neck, and they might have even sought to kill him. Harry would have been a fugitive, always on the run because of his father's crimes. Harry figured that Bernard had thought of all of this, and that is why he hid all the evidence of Norman being the Green Goblin, and even lied to the police officers. Harry remembered how he had braced himself when Bernard and the police officers came running to meet him. He had expected different comments, mocking him for being the son and possible accomplice of his father, the Green Goblin. Harry had, however, been surprised when there had been no mention of Norman being the Goblin by the police officers, and even Bernard, but he could not go forward and question them, as it would reveal that he is Spider-Man. It was nice knowing that Bernard had come forward to him with the truth. He now knew his intentions for hiding Norman's secret. Harry stared at the roof of his home as he contemplated his next step. The truth was that he did not have any idea of what to do. However, what Harry did know was that he was not going to wear his Spider-Man mask for now. Harry decided that he would cease going out as Spider-Man for the meantime. Harry figured that it would be for the best, as it would lay off the heat from Spider-Man in the eyes of the public. As for him killing Norman when it was already around town, Harry had the Daily Bugle to blame, but he quickly swatted that thought aside. The main reason Harry decided to take a hiatus from the Spider-Man role was because of himself. Harry needed to cool off as he was grieving. Harry did not think that he would be able to assume the role of Spider-Man again because of the role of his father's death. Harry did finally sleep after a short while, and his sleep was plagued with nightmares of him holding an injured Norman in his arms who laughed mockingly at Harry, while saying, "You have made your choice, and now it is too late." Peter had woken up from sleep, but Mary Jane was nowhere to be found. Even though Peter knew she still had her own life to attend to, he felt a little bit empty at her absence. Peter discovered that it was a new day and time, and he immediately signaled for his nurse, and she came and gave him the regular checkup. Peter felt pretty positive as he knew that nothing could go downhill for him again. Peter figured that he was already at the worst stage of his life, all thanks to Spider-Man, and the only way he could go was up. Peter was wrong. Peter had requested that the nurse turn the television on, and what he saw made him literally cry. Norman was dead. Peter could not believe his eyes, but there it was on the news, as the breaking news had stated that there was no denying it. Peter listened carefully to the details of his death, but discovered that they were vague. Peter immediately phoned Harry, but his line was not going through. Peter was left in confusion and bewilderment, as he did not know what to do. "I have to get to the bottom of this," Peter said. He had to figure out everything. As Peter got lost in his thoughts, a fresh, energetic voice suddenly erupted from the television, with a statement that Peter had been yearning on to hear. It has just been confirmed by some sources that Spider-Man was responsible for the death of Norman Osborn. Peter recognized the reporter as belonging to the Daily Bugle. They were the only accurate news stations in Peter's opinion. When Peter heard that Spider-Man was responsible for the death of Norman Osborn, he gritted his teeth in rage. First, it was Uncle Ben. Now it is Norman Osborn. Peter spat out angrily. It seemed like Spider-Man had a huge vendetta against him, as he was taking out his father figures. Peter even entertained the dark thought that Spider-Man was responsible for the disappearance of his biological father, Richard Parker. Peter did not even want to account for the current state that he and Aunt May were in. Even though Peter did not know the full details, he still blamed it all on Spider-Man. He swore to find Spider-Man and bring him to justice. The death of Norman, however, was equally enraging and grieving for Peter. The grief won and flushed away all of his thoughts of Spider-Man as Peter reminisced on all of the good times he had with his boss, Osborn. He remembered how Norman had advised him and given him a job at Oscorp. Peter noted that he was eternally grateful to Norman, and his death would forever be a reason for him to loathe Spider-Man. Peter's thoughts were suddenly broken off again, but this time by a sneeze. Peter quickly searched for a source of the sneeze on the television, but discovered it was not from there. It was from Aunt May. She had finally woke up. Peter immediately alerted the doctors via an emergency button planted on his bed, and they all came rushing down to check Aunt May. Peter remained in the same room with May as he wanted to be the first person to know when she woke up. And now, he was very grateful he had made the decision. The doctors and the nurses checked Aunt May's vitals, and their faces turned grim. Peter questioned them, but they paid him no mind. They communicated amongst themselves, and suddenly decided what they had to do. Peter had only caught the words, cardiac arrest, in their conversation, and his heart started pounding. The doctors had stated that once Aunt May had awoken from her coma, she went into shock and had cardiac arrest. They attributed it to her age, and they decided that they had to retrieve her quickly, or they might lose her. Those were what the nurses had explained to Peter as they wheeled Aunt May out into a theater. I cannot lose Aunt May too, Peter kept repeating in his head. The tension was too much for Peter, and he felt like he might lose his mind. But suddenly Mary Jane arrived, and Peter had never been more happy to see her. He literally let go of all of his emotions as tears started flowing freely from him. Mary Jane had woken up and quietly left the hospital room. She had gone to freshen up at the female's restroom, and she got back to find Peter crying. She was confused, and she simply scanned the area to find the source of his grief. Mary Jane quickly took in the scene and saw that Aunt May was nowhere to be found. Then, she saw Peter crying and she thought of the worst case scenario. Aunt May had died. Mary Jane quickly rushed to counsel Peter as she hugged him and patted his back. For what seemed like a lifetime, they stayed like that for a while. Peter then suddenly stopped crying, and Mary Jane decided she had to at least know how it happened. "Tell me everything," she told Peter, with tears in her eyes, because Aunt May had also been like a mother to her. Peter told her everything. He told her about Aunt May waking up from a coma and immediately going into cardiac arrest. Mary Jane almost gave out a sign of relief that Aunt May was not dead, but decided to hold it in as they were not too sure yet. "What about Harry? Have you heard from him?" Peter asked. Mary Jane also saw the news of Harry's father's death on the web, and she had tried calling Harry, but he did not answer. She genuinely hoped that he was okay. Harry and Peter had a way of putting up walls around themselves when they were hurt. She prayed that both of them would be in good care. As Mary Jane was about to loosen her grip on Peter, he beckoned on her not to leave him. "Please stay with me," he said. Mary Jane agreed, and they hugged like they had waited for the news of Aunt May's condition. Seconds trickled by and turned into minutes, and the minutes turned into hours, and they lost track of time. Finally, a doctor entered the room, and both Peter and Mary Jane came alive as they threw a doctor a lot of questions at him. Peter vaguely noted that his expression was grim. The doctor did everything to calm them down, and it worked. He told them to ask one question at a time, and they complied. "Is Aunt May alive?" Peter said as he went first. The doctor applied it in the affirmative, and both Peter and Mary Jane signed in relief. The doctor explained to them that some complications had arose, but they had been taken care of. Aunt May was now safe and stable. All of the words of the doctor were like static to Peter, as he was extremely relieved. Peter's joy knew no bounds as he finally knew that Aunt May was safe. He did not know what he would have done if he had lost her too. Mary Jane went out with the doctor to discuss further details, as she noted that Peter was in the right state to hear them. The medical bills would run into thousands of dollars, and she wondered how they were going to get the money to pay for it. The doctor wavered aside her worries as he told her that the bills had already been taken care of. Mary Jane was astounded that it came to her. Harry paid the bills. MJ's life had been very dynamic in the last few weeks. She tried dividing her time between Peter and Aunt May, her job, and Harry, even though Harry's issue had no leadway, as he was still not entertaining any visitors since his father's passing. Mary Jane was still on her way back from his residence, and she had asked Bernard if Harry was ready to see her. He just shook his head sadly, and Mary Jane had just left a rose with him to give to Harry. She halted a taxi to take her to see Aunt May and Peter at the hospital. Mary Jane was sure that Harry should have had enough flowers to start a garden, as she had been bringing different varieties of them to visit Harry. The flowers stayed with Harry even though she did not get to see him. Mary Jane still did not blame Harry for his actions. She remembered how Peter had behaved when he lost his Uncle Ben. Peter had screamed at her for the first time, and his character completely changed. Mary Jane had always thought Peter was a nerdy person, the type of person who did not hurt a fly because they knew everything about it. All that changed, and it started from the death of Uncle Ben. Peter began to withdraw to himself, and even though they had been in a relationship at the time, Mary Jane felt single. After graduation, it was not long after Peter broke off things with her, and even though she had expected it, it still hurt like hell. Mary Jane's life was in turmoil, and the only person she could find solace and rejected her. Mary Jane had ran to Harry for comfort, but he had avoided her. Harry's reason for somewhat rational, but Mary Jane felt that nothing could justify leaving a friend hanging at her greatest time of need. Harry sprouted up her former relationship with Peter as his excuse. Mary Jane had suspected that Harry had romantic feelings for her, but it was not until that moment that he confirmed it. It explained a lot to Mary Jane. It explained why Harry had suddenly withdrawn from her and Peter once he discovered their relationship. MJ tried to explain to Harry that her relationship was in the past, but he was having none of it. Both Peter and Harry's attitude had broken her heart and left her very stricken with grief until Spider-Man happened. Whenever Mary Jane remembered the upside-down kiss she had with Spider-Man under the rain, electrical jolts passed through her body. She instantly got goosebumps and blushed like a schoolgirl. Spider-Man had saved her both physically and emotionally that day, and she was grateful to him. The news that flew around the city from the Daily Bugle, that Spider-Man was the killer of Norman, Harry's father, did not sit well with Mary Jane. She did not know Spider-Man that well to vouch for him, but she still did not believe the news. Spider-Man does not seem like the type of person that would kill. Mary Jane told herself repeatedly whenever the thought had come up. Mary Jane was among many people in the city whom Spider-Man had helped once, one way or another, and some people who saw him as a hero that believed that there was a reasonable explanation for Spider-Man's involvement in Norman's death. A shadow passed overhead Mary Jane's face, and her heart skipped a beat. She thought it was Spider-Man. She quickly looked up and discovered it was just a flock of birds, and she sighed in disappointment. Ever since the incident of Norman's death, Spider-Man had not been seen around the city, and it made Mary Jane scared. Mary Jane prayed for Spider-Man's safety. She ended up getting into a cab at the corner to Peter's hospital. "I pray I make it out of this dangerous love triangle," Mary Jane added to her prayers. Mary Jane got out of the cab and paid the cab driver. She went to the hospital, and Mary Jane first stopped at Aunt May's room and knocked. When she heard shuffling from the bed, she knew that Aunt May was awake. She opened the door and entered. Aunt May was glad to see a familiar face. The doctors and nurses had just left as they had came for her regular checkup. Everybody treated her like she was frail and like she could collapse at any moment and die. Their sympathy towards her irritated her, even though she knew it came from a good place. Mary Jane, on the other hand, did no pity to her. No, MJ had pure love for her. The girl had managed to visit Aunt May every day and spent at least an hour with her before departing. May wondered what would have made Peter to break things off with such an angel, as she made a mental note to have a serious word with Peter later. Mary Jane rushed up to her with a hug, and May wasted no time in hugging her back. Mary Jane had brought cookies for her as usual, and their aroma made her stomach grumble. MJ made it in a traditional way to always bake cookies for Aunt May when she came to visit her at the hospital, and the act of love almost brought tears to her eyes every time. May quickly gobbled up the cookies as she and Mary Jane chatted about their lives. May had nothing to chat since she spent most of her time at her hospital bed. So, she normally asked Mary Jane on the updates about her life, job, and Harry. Aunt May, like all of them, had been heartbroken when she heard the news. Peter had made sure she had not gotten wind of the news until she was strong enough. Even though she hated that, she was kept in the dark. She was glad that she was. May could only imagine the amount of grief that Harry was going through. Aunt May was so touched when she heard that Harry had also cleared their hospital bills. She prayed for him to recover and get back to his former life. The door creaked and Aunt May was jolted from her thoughts, and Mary Jane from her conversation. It was Peter, and he slowly made his way towards them with his walking stick. The doctors had said that nothing short of a miracle, that Peter had been able to walk again, and even to do it at an incredibly fast pace. May beamed at him with pride as he slowly made his way to them. From the beads of sweat of his forehead, Aunt May figured he was coming from his therapy session. Suddenly, May seized up as she saw herself at home, with a battled Peter on the floor and Green Goblin approaching her with an evil intent. The cackling of the Green Goblin almost drove her mad, and she screamed. Peter was approaching both May and Mary Jane when it had happened. Aunt May's panic attacks. It had started 1 week after she had recovered from the cardiac arrest, and Peter was scared to death when it did. The nurses had tried to calm her down, and they gave her a sedative to make her sleep. A doctor had called Peter in and explained the whole situation to him. Peter paid him no mind, as he already knew what a panic attack was. Peter was surprised to see it in live action, and on none other than that, his loving Aunt May. The attacks had greatly lessened in reoccurrence and violence. Now the attacks only happened if something triggered a memory of Aunt May and about the incident with the Green Goblin. Peter quickly went to Aunt May's side, and both him and Mary Jane succeeded in calming her down. It was not an easy feat, and Peter knew if it was only 2 weeks earlier, it would have been impossible. While Aunt May was stable, Peter's hand accidentally brushed Mary Jane's hand, and this promoted a flush face from the two of them. They quickly said their apologies, and Mary Jane left soon after the environment became tensed. "How is Harry?" Peter asked Mary Jane as she was at the door. "He still would not talk to anyone," Mary Jane replied as she left. Peter's heart sunk. He could not bear seeing his friend wallow in grief like this. Peter turned his attentions toward Aunt May and found her shaking her head in disapproval. Peter was entirely taken aback as he did not know his offense. Aunt May swiftly nodded her head towards the direction Mary Jane had left, and Peter groaned. He had told his aunt time without number of times that he did not want to talk about it. May kept persisting, and finally he succumbed. Peter told Aunt May the reason he had broken off things with Mary Jane in the first place, Norman Osborn's advice. Aunt May was perplexed, as it did not seem something like Norman would say. Aunt May asked Peter if he remembered what his Uncle Ben told him, and he nodded. "How could I ever forget?" Peter said in his head. He had been repeating the quote since Uncle Ben had passed away. "With great power comes great responsibility," Aunt May told Peter, and that was a great and powerful man But cutting off Mary Jane meant that he was running away from responsibility. Shutting yourself off from the world means that you just want to care for yourself, and that is selfish. Aunt May was mad at Peter. Peter stared into space as he thought about it. He would admit that he never thought about it like that before. Peter thanked May for the advice as he hugged her. He prayed that they all recovered soon and fast, as he was getting tired of the hospital space. Peter and May made their way into their new house, and they were pleased with what they saw. The doctors had advised against going back to their former apartment, as it could re-trigger Aunt May's panic attacks. Peter put his hands on his wrists as he inhaled in the new apartment. Peter closed his eyes as he appreciated how far they had come. It was 2 months now, and he and May had fully recovered. The doctors and nurses had called it a miracle. Peter could now walk perfectly fine without any assistance, and Aunt May's panic attacks had ceased. Peter had quickly scrapped his savings from the salary at Oscorp, and the insurance money paid to them for the destruction of their former apartment by Green Goblin to rent their new apartment. Peter hoped that it would mark a new beginning for all of them, as they had plenty of tragedies to forget about. Peter and May quickly got to work and arranged their belongings in the new flat. There was not much to arrange, however, as Mary Jane had taken much of pretty much everything. Aunt May continued to sing her praises to Peter, and he just bluntly ignored her. There was a knock on the front door, and Peter rushed to get it. It was Mary Jane. When Peter noticed that she was alone, he immediately got downcasted. Mary Jane had gone to bring in Harry for their new home family dinner, but it seemed like Harry had declined. Peter knew Harry needed space, but it saddened him to see Harry in that state. The atmosphere became gloom until Aunt May's expression changed into a happy one, as she announced she had an idea. Peter and Mary Jane were curious, but she did not bulge as she continued cooking the meal for dinner. Peter and Mary Jane looked at each other and shrugged, as they aided Aunt May in the kitchen. When they had finished cooking, Peter and Mary Jane started dressing the dining table and setting plates for the food, but Aunt May told them not to. They were both confused and asked Aunt May how they would eat without plates and a table. Aunt May then told them her plan. Since Harry didn't want to come over for dinner, they would have to take the dinner to him. The idea excited Peter, but made Mary Jane wary, as she hoped Harry would not leave them stranded like he had done with her before. Peter, Mary Jane, and Aunt May quickly packed the food and put it in a basket. They hailed at a cab as they headed to Harry's residence. Aunt May and Peter's spirits were high, while Mary Jane was skeptical. Bernard was surprised but very pleased when he answered the door and saw Peter, Aunt May, and MJ with a basket that he suspected contained food. Harry had not entertained any visitors since his father's death, and it saddened Bernard. Harry had somehow managed to control the activities of Oscorp from home, and this meant he didn't have any reason to go out. Bernard's heart was broken anytime he saw Harry, as he was just a shell of his former self. All Bernard's efforts to motivate him and make him happy had fell on deaf ears. At night, Bernard would hear terrified screams from Harry's room, and when he barged into his room, he found him succumbing from a nightmare. Harry needed all the company he could get, especially from loved ones and close friends. Bernard figured as he let Peter, Aunt May, and Mary Jane in, directly floating Harry's orders. He knew that Harry would not be pleased with his actions, but he did it anyway as he had it in his best interests at heart. The three of them happily entered into Harry's house, and they found him at the living room, just staring into space. May quickly screamed Harry's name and rushed up to hug him. Harry's face portrayed the emotion of shock, as he did not expect them all here. They all exchanged their pleasements, and Harry apologized for his recent behavior. He told them that he just wanted to have some alone time and clear it off his head because of his father's death. "I'm sorry if I hurt any of your feelings," Harry had told them, as he sounded sincerely sorry. Aunt May was having none of it, as she was mad at Harry. She told him that the time of grief was when loved ones were expected to come together more than ever and take comfort in themselves. May reminded Harry that he was not the only one that lost Norman. All of them lost him as well. Norman had also been as a father to Peter. Harry agreed with what Aunt May had said and apologized again, and they all forgave each other and digged into the food. It was just like old times with the jokes and laughter, and Harry had never felt such joy in a very long time. He was really grateful that they had come by and that Bernard had let them in. As they prepared to depart, Harry suddenly remembered something: his father's funeral. Harry had been postponing it since as he was not ready to say goodbye to his father forever. Harry had finally fixed the date, and it was in 1 week's time. Harry invited all of them to attend, and they all promised to, as they felt they owed it to Norman. After Aunt May, Mary Jane, and Peter had departed, Harry was still in a very happy mood, and even Bernard noticed. That night, Harry didn't have any nightmares. Harry had been away since the visit of Peter, Aunt May, and Mary Jane on business trips. Once Harry got back, he discovered to his horror that his father's burial was tomorrow. Harry had successfully cleared off all the gloomy thoughts about his father since the visit he had with Peter, MJ, and May, but he could not put it off any longer, as he designated the day was tomorrow. Harry decided that he would not go to the burial. Harry figured that he should not go because of what had happened, and how he also knew that he could not tell anyone what happened or that he was Spider-Man. Harry felt the weight of the guilt he would feel by attending his father's funeral would kill him. Harry realized that he could not postpone the funeral any longer, because he knew he would never be ready to bury his father and say goodbye forever. Harry concluded that the funeral would be held, but it would do so without him. Harry knew that it would break a lot of his heart. He could just not attend the funeral of a man he killed by his own hands. Harry quickly packed some of his clothes as he readied himself to travel out of the city. Harry wanted to be as far away from the city as possible when his father Norman was laid to rest. When Harry was done packing, he quickly rolled his bags outside his bedroom and almost reached his front door. "Going somewhere," a familiar voice said out of nowhere, and it startled Harry and stopped him from leaving. He figured that the person meant him no harm, as his spider sense would have already gone haywire. Harry scanned his surroundings and discovered May at his living room, eyeing him. Harry was about to cook up an excuse to defend himself, but May cut him off. She gestured to Harry to come and sit with her, and he left his bags and obliged. May told him that she knew he was running away because he did not want to attend his father's funeral. Harry was about to make an objection, but Aunt May's gaze had stopped him. May told Harry that she knew it was hard for him, but he needed to man up and face his problems. Running away would not solve your problems, Aunt May told him. May chuckled as if she remembered something funny and told Harry that she had recently had a similar conversation with Peter. She told Harry that she would tell him what she told Peter and what Uncle Ben fondly told him. "With great power comes great responsibility," she said, as she told him to think about it. May then left and Harry made up his mind. Bernard was in the back corner, smiling as this happened. Harry knew that he was done running. "It is high time I took up my responsibilities," he muttered to himself. The funeral had been a success as far as the sad events that had occurred. The turn-up had been massive and Harry was touched. He even recognized this shocking face. The nurse that his father had harassed twice, and she had seemed deeply saddened that he was dead. After the burial ceremony, close friends and family had gone to finally put Norman to rest, and then they had departed in tears. Harry stayed behind as he still stared at his father's gravesite with different emotions running through him. Harry heard footsteps behind him and he turned and discovered Peter was approaching him. Peter and Harry had not gotten to talk personally since the Green Goblin had beaten him and Aunt May to death. The last time they had ever talked was at the dinner at his house, but even then, they had not even gotten a chance for a private talk. Peter patted Harry on his back as he comforted him for his loss. "Spider-Man finished the Green Goblin," Harry said, as he kept staring at his father's grave. Peter did not quite understand the statement, and he told Harry that he was sorry for his loss. Harry was pained that Peter was in the dark, and he contemplated telling him the truth. Harry could not bear keeping Peter in the dark anymore, and he ignored all of the consequences, and told Peter that Norman was the Green Goblin. Peter was taken aback and was in utter disbelief. Peter proceeded to ask Harry how he knew that Norman was Goblin. Harry told Peter that Spider-Man had told him. The name of Spider-Man brought back sad memories to Peter, and his eyes immediately fell on Uncle Ben's grave. Harry had demanded that Norman's grave was dug in proximity with Uncle Ben's grave. Peter told Harry that he was sorry to hear that his father was Green Goblin, even though he was still in disbelief. Peter went on and swore on his uncle's grave that Spider-Man would pay dearly for all he had done. Peter advised Harry to do the same, as it would be an injustice for Spider-Man to go unpunished. After all, he had made them pass through. As Peter was about to walk away, Harry grabbed him by his shoulder and told him that he was sorry for what his father had put him through. The thought that Norman was Green Goblin still did not sit well with Peter. Parker could not believe it because Norman had been like a father to him. "I need to take some time to think things through," Peter told Harry, as they parted ways. Harry prayed that he would be alright, as Norman being Green Goblin was a lot to take in. Harry also prayed that Peter would not do anything stupid in his plans for revenge against Spider-Man. Harry left the cemetery and Mary Jane caught him on his way out. Their discussion seemed very awkward and reasonable. So, Mary Jane told Harry that if he needs someone to be there for him, she was always available. Harry thanked her and left. "Thank you for the flowers too," Harry said as he departed, leaving Mary Jane smiling. Harry was currently on top of his building, reminiscing about his life. Aunt May's words had not only given him courage to go to his father's burial, it had given him resolution to assume the role of Spider-Man again. Harry planned to forget about his past, and he did not know what the future held for him. But all he knew was that he was done running. "With great power comes great responsibility," Aunt May had said, and from now on, he would take his responsibilities. Harry was about to don his mask until the door had opened from the top of the roof. Bernard came out, and as Harry turned his head, tears came down both of their cheeks, and the two hugged. Bernard told Harry that he knew everything, and that he knew that he was Spider-Man. Harry went on his knees and cried, and thanked Bernard for everything he had done. Bernard was always a father figure to Harry, and he couldn't believe that he had known everything. Bernard told him ever since the fight at the bridge, Bernard had known all along, but didn't want to tell Harry that he knew because he wanted to keep it a secret. Bernard had a suitcase and he gave it to Harry. Harry didn't know what it was, but he ended up opening it. Harry saw that it was a red and black suit, almost like one of his original designs that he threw in the trash. Bernard knew all along that he was Spider-Man, and told him that if he wanted to be the hero again, that he should put the suit on. Harry thought about it, and he donned his brand new suit. He became Spider-Man once again. Harry jumped off the building and shot a web as he swung through the city. And that is going to be the long concluded What If Harry Osborn Got Bit by the Spider in Spider-Man 2002. I cannot thank everybody for staying tuned, watching this complete 6-hour, almost 6-hour fan fiction. I have no idea how long this has been going on for, but I cannot thank you enough. Going back to the main roots of this channel, I said it from the beginning of 2023 that I would be coming back like I never have before and really trying to put out quality over quantity. I really wanted to test Harry's boundaries within this alternate version, this variant world of the original fan fiction. And now I do want to say this is the full version, the canon version. The older one would probably not fit into this timeline, although the story is mainly the same, the concept is mainly the same, although you have so many detailed and emotions happening in the story, and it's almost the reverse of the original one. Instead, Harry is fighting back. He's trying to, he doesn't want the responsibility and the power, and I think this was a very, very interesting Marvel's What If, and honestly, it's a classic. Everybody loved this one. I know when I was first starting doing What Ifs, this was the story that really kickstarted my channel, And to kind of go back and remaster the What If Harry Got Bit by the Spider in Spider-Man 2002, I was just very glad to add all of these scenes, these new emotions, these mixed emotions. The detail within the relationships really showed, and I wish I could showcase this in a comic book. I do have the motion comic, whether it's out now or not. It's going to be coming out soon. But I cannot thank you enough for the fantastic support and really supporting this channel throughout its years, because this has been a classic story that I personally loved, and seeing James Franco's version of Spider-Man with the gray Alex Ross suit is just so interesting, especially with these different relationships. And going into Spider-Man 2, as we all know, spoilers ahead if you have never seen the original version to this, but Peter and Otto end up working together, and in Spider-Man 3, Peter became Electro. So there's a lot more to tell and to really dive into Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3 as Harry. Harry's Spider-Man's gonna be very different in terms of his outlook on being Spider-Man. He's more of a brutal Spider-Man, and he doesn't, it's not like he can not kill somebody. Like, he has the ability to do so, and we really saw that going into this Marvel's What If, where near the end, Harry took the glider and shoved it into his father's gut, killing him. So Harry is a very capable man, and I think the original really showcased that as well. But this purpose of this fan fiction was to dive into something completely new, but it was old at the same time, with tons of new details. This is the version I wanted to tell at the beginning, but my grammar and everything going into the first one was really bad. It wasn't that great. I wasn't able to tell it how I wanted to tell it. I didn't have this type of channel at the time. I was starting out. And now that my channel's kind of, you know, grown in quality, I've really hoped that it has with you guys. I hope you've seen that now. But I've really grown in quality, and I really wanted to showcase what was originally supposed to be told. For the storyline, you know, I didn't want to rush the Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3 parts. Those aren't even done yet, and this is over 6 hours long. So you're gonna probably be wondering to yourself, you know, what's gonna be happening here? So there's a lot to take in, although there's so many different stories I have, and I just needed to remaster this. Since 2022, my goal was to have this fully remade. So that being said, I hope you enjoyed the complete fan fiction movie. If you like fan fiction movies and want to see more, there's a ton more happening, as well as original content. But thank you so much for tuning in. Do make sure to check out the Patreon. Link will be in the description down below. It really helps the channel moving forward with tons of different things. Please support it if you can. And do become a community member on the channel on YouTube, where you can see exclusive content on this channel. Do make sure to subscribe, as it really helps the channel out. Make sure you like the video and share with your friends. But anyways, as always, thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you in the Spider-Man 2 version of What If Harry Got Bit by the Spider. Anyways, as always, guys, thanks for tuning in. Have a wonderful day. Peace out.